that done. All right. Got a full rehearsal. Before we get started, let's get organized. And let's pick up right where we left off. Um, Please go to YouTube, and on your search bar, you're going to type in the manager's playbook. I think I'm going to Bluetooth in because I'll be able to give you some live reactions without interrupting too much. One quick second. Oh, man. God. All right. So we have sound. Yep, we got sound. One quick sec. Um, mm, all right, let's go.
So then I started looking at it like, why the research guys really run the company? They're the ones that tell us what to do. So then it was weird. So what happens is the research guys now run the companies, and the guys that actually have taste, I can say what I just said about a video for Sierra, my great friend, but I can tell you like, I wish you would call me. I'd be like, don't do that, right? We live in a micro time. We went too big. They don't like big no more. They like small. They like DIY. They like to know that you did it yourself. Yes. Once you got with a label,
Let's go to the live stream. This is one of the best episodes, to be honest. So shout out to Ray Daniels. Again, another centrifugal part of the company.
And the problem is that people down here run the world. They run the world. That's what everybody pays attention to. Exactly. I hope I'm in trouble when I say this, but we did deal with so we have crazy more than just probably podcast. One thing I never talked about is when we did deal with it was like a 6-month video to our mates. We finally did a deal with it, and it seen us so hard to do a press release. And I said, we were like, you don't need the press release. And we're like, we're not trying to hide anything. If anybody's going to ask us if we did a deal, sure, it's like, it's fine. Nobody's trying to hide that we're amazing. But listen, if you all of a sudden say we did a deal with the major label, and that starts to become public and all that stuff, fans are not going to talk about that. And all of a sudden, you're going to start to look like this is a corporate thing. This is what happened. And I pushed so hard for that. And I'm glad you said that. I'm telling you, I tell that every time an artist comes my own. It wasn't an article on Pixabay. It wasn't anything Billboard about it. It was like always these like conversations about like where it should be signed. But we just said, I tell you, the minute you put it out, this is true. And that's a true. You turn it, now you're on top. Yeah, exactly. And everybody watching. Oh, you got signed. What's going to happen? We looking. Yeah. Signed, Sam's running out. Ain't no working yet. What's going on? And then you all of a sudden, when you tell, listen. First, you tell our managers and shit because the first job of a manager is to manage expectations. That's the first job of a manager.
Oh man, what a good one!
You can't manage this.
I think we're gonna have to do the Ray Daniels one over again. But let's go back to how we had it for the class. Give me one quick second. So we finished the young lady, which I forget her name, but I know she's with Gen AI, so we know never to do business on that scale. Um, Let us continue with this young man right here.
I remember Rihanna came into the room. It was the first time I met her. She was in a big fur thing and, had so much swag and aura about her. And she was smoking a big blunt. And she's like, you want to hit? And I was like, I don't really smoke usually, but I was like, I can't say no to Rihanna. I was like, yeah. It was Rihanna. You can't say no to her. She was that down to earth and cool.
Yeah.
And Star wrote Needed Me in about 30 minutes. And from the moment that she started recording, you just got chills. This thing was crazy. And not everybody believed in the record. Rihanna did, Omar did, but I think there were, a lot of big forces that believed, what is this song? And it ended up being Rihanna's longest charting single of all time. Fast forward 5 years later, we're in London with Ree. And she looks at us. She's like, "You guys don't know the Needed Me story?" I said, "What, the Needed Me story?" She's like, "Oh my gosh." She comes up right here. She's like on the floor on the couch. She's like,
I see the corporate play now. Nick Jarjour.
In front of me, I got Nick Jarjour. We have manager, investor, partner, a few other titles that we can mention, but as a recent executive producer, because you are involved in the documentary with Kanye West, aka Ye, In Whose Name, which is actually like crushing as a documentary. I think it's the highest grossing documentary domestic in the last 5 years for a rated R documentary. It opened up in 1,000 theaters, which if people don't know, like 1,000 theaters is a big fucking deal.
number one movie in the country, number one documentary.
Number one in the country is a documentary. How did this all come together? How did it come to you?
Well, it really started like 8 years ago. I signed Nico Ballesteros, this young director. He was like any of the directors here that you see, just making his way, shooting a lot of music videos, working with local rappers. But there was something about him different from all the other directors I had met. And he was playing with lenses and lighting like in a scientific way. There was a brilliance about him. And you know this from dealing with artists and talent. You just see these things in those people with that light. And all of those iconic people have these little qualities that are similar, whether it's a tech founder or an artist or director. There's little idiosyncrasies about them, little qualities that you notice. And, I immediately felt that with them. And, he started working with Ye shortly after that. And for the next 7 years, he was documenting everything. And he was the main guy filming, capturing everything around Ye.
This is all on the iPhone, it's looking like, predominantly, right?
A lot of it on the iPhone, maybe 85, 90%. Some of it was shot on REs and VHS and various other cameras too.
Oh, okay. So how do they connect? Ye also sees this talent in this kid, in Nico, but I mean, where does that through line happen between the two?
At the time, I signed a few of these kids in the culture. They were like directors and artists and producers, and it was this whole little movement around kind of like adjacent to the little peep culture and to all of that world.
Oh, wow.
And out of all of those guys, Nico was the one who, they kind of say that like the leaves will fall off the tree. Nico was a root person, not a leaf person. And he was brought in by some of those other guys. At the time, Ye would have 4 or 5 different kids running around him with iPhones. But once Nico got in there, within a matter of months, that 4 or 5 went to 1. And it was just him.
Okay, interesting. So tell me, to put this documentary out with Ye, what's that process look like, considering the times we're in? And then also culturally, what's the impact you feel?
Well, this is a mental health film first. The story is a mental health story.
Sure.
And this story was living in the zeitgeist before it was ever a film. So we had to first approach it from that perspective and be really honest about it. This is something that could heal people, could change people's lives. And we were aware of that. But at the same time, with the volatility and the rhetoric that was going on, it was absolutely nuclear. So at the very beginning, when things started to get a little crazy, that's when we extracted Nico. and he started to edit and develop the film. You'll notice that it ended 2 years plus ago. You know, so at the time, it was not about let's pump this out and make this salacious film about all of this drama that's going on. We knew it was a mental health piece, and it was about let's really find the through line. And Nico spent about almost 2 years building that out, creating different
Es el
edits, different
sobrino mío,
versions.
sí, ya
Started
estamos
with a
cerrados.
3-hour
Yo cerraba
version to
como
a
a las
2-hour
10,
version to the
entonces
version
ya
you see
todo
today.
Since 2024
Vinieron, me hicieron
or
un par de
2023?
meses, se fue.
It took a couple of years. It took at least
Ajá,
a
yo
year.
estoy dando una clase de ingeniería.
Yeah, man. I mean, I watched it. I watched part of it.
Pero
You know,
mañana
I
estamos
watched it a couple
aquí
months ago,
a las 9.
and we were sitting and watching it. I just
Dios
being
lo
like,
bendiga. Yo le dejo
this is
saber que te
intense.
llamó.
And then I watched it again
Gracias. Dios lo bendiga.
today, and yeah, I wanted to make sure that I watched it before I came and I sat down with you because I wanted to have some context with what I was watching, and I still felt the same way, man. I didn't see a salacious piece. I saw somebody who, to be honest with you, it gives me a bit of a perspective of having more empathy towards artists in general, you know, and judging artists as a mere mortal that I am is something that shouldn't be taken lightly because artists definitely think differently. And it was intense. I'm not going to say that I agree with everything that Ye was saying in the documentary or you know his thought process. It's challenging though. It makes you think for sure. But I do think that the documentary was one that was approached with a lot of sensitivity, and I appreciate it for that notion. So congrats on that. I mean, it's doing its damn thing, that's for sure.
You know, mental health is mental wealth, and when you look at artists and talent, for them, being controlled is like being in a prison.
Yeah.
And the more talented you are, the more they want to control you, the more you feel imprisoned. So when you add that layer behind, obviously, all of these different factors that were going on at the time, you start to see the human aspect of the subject of the film.
Mm-hmm.
And people can take away whatever they want to from it because it's just real life. These things happened. But rather than watching it in the media or seeing these salacious headlines, it's like you get to really see what's going on behind the curtain.
Yeah.
And because it was all shot by iPhone, and Nico is this person who's almost like a shapeshifter who he'll be in the room filming you and it doesn't feel like that. You almost get a different reaction and energy out of people than if it was some crew and all set up in a certain way. You know, you notice the difference. And I think that also makes it so raw and real in cinema verite.
And so that's amazing. How did you get it across the finish line? Like, what was it that you were able to say? Because I would imagine you as an executive producer, you got to go in there, you got to pitch these studios to take it on, right?
Yeah, well, I'm the manager of the director
Yeah.
and producer and writer and editor. And, you know, he even scored the film.
I saw that. He's co-scored. Yeah.
Nico did everything on that. He's like
Yeah.
a Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the executive producer role and the management role morphed into one because the goal is how do we get this out to the public? It seemed like every door is closed, but when a door is closed, you just have to find sometimes a bigger key and go into the bigger door. And for us, that bigger door was theaters. It was about
I
finding
like
the
that
right
from my
partners
students. When the door's
in
closed, find a
foundation
bigger key
and
and
House
open a bigger door.
Entertainment. And that really came from years and years of relationships with partners who were able to help us navigate to find the brave partners who wanted to be a part of that.
All right, we're going to take a little break because being an independent artist takes a lot, and Venice makes sure you don't have to figure it out alone. The Venice team listens to your music, provides direct feedback, builds your release plan, and connects you with opportunities that move your career forward. Venice is the only distributor that opens real doors. They brought their members to YouTube offices, introduced them to top artist managers, and had Kendrick Lamar's engineer mix the record. Their focus is always on giving artists real access, real support, and a team invested in their next step. If you are ready for your next release, Venice is where you build with a team that understands what it takes. Now let's get back to the pod.
That's dope, man. I gotta ask, like, because so it's technically called
It's like a technically unauthorized documentary. But if you can explain what that means, that'd be great, because I don't think people understand what the language quite means. And I do want to ask, was Ye involved in it?
Well, he's the subject of the film.
For
You
sure.
hear him
I mean-
talk about the documentary, in the sense that Nico retained all of his creative direction, his final cut, and made all the decisions to make an honest piece. This isn't a propaganda piece or a fluff piece, but it's also
It's not
not
a fluff piece at all. Yeah.
it's not something that's also like doing the opposite of that. It's not like Tiger King or some salacious thing. It's got to feel a little bit almost like Star Wars and watching Anakin change over. Like, we wanted it to feel like what it was. You have a guy who spent over $1 billion while we were filming him,
Really?
just during that time. So, this is the scope of it is so massive that I think that it was destined to come out, and it was destined to exist one way or another.
Have you heard from Ye since it came out, or has Nico heard from him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Positive. It's a good
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah, really positive. I mean, I think that, if you're looking back at your life like that, anybody, I think it's a mirror. And whenever we look in the mirror, it's like Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror. When you look in that mirror, you can make a change, So I think that this film impacted him positively, But I can't speak on another man's view,
Yeah, for sure. I was just more so curious as to the level of involvement, because I think there are many folks who think that if they are supporters of Ye and that he wasn't involved with like the final cut or all that maybe they don't want to support it. But that's why I asked that.
So, documentary film, like if you're filming the penguins are not necessarily like owning or controlling the film. And today, when you look at music docs, it is like that. It's the artist going and putting together, I'm going to tell the story that I want to tell. I think with him, he's a great enough artist that he wanted to tell the story that was real, which is why he brought Nico in.
Well, she talked about during the documentary as well.
Someone like Ye has been filmed for, maybe 2 decades, 24 hours a day. When you go around his ecosystem, you're getting filmed, and you have to accept that. And because of that, it allowed us to make this incredible film.
So talk to me just about the IP side of things, right? Because film is IP, because you're very involved in a lot of IP through your career. So how does this all work within your ecosystem?
If you're an artist and you're not thinking about films, products, toys, blockchain, AI, technology, you're a dinosaur. So today, I think in the new entertainment industry, it's about an ecosystem. For us, it's an organic dynamic to, bridge those two worlds. And this project is obviously a perfect bridge.
Yeah, well, we're talking about 8 years of writing with this guy. How important was that to make sure that he stuck it through with in this process?
Look, there were challenging times for Nico where it was so intense for him. I remember before he went to Uganda, him calling me and saying, like, big bro, man, this is all getting to be so much. And should I hold back? And I said, no, we gotta keep going. Like, he has always also been kind of a Ye whisperer, and they have this insane relationship and incredible dynamic together where it brings out something in his subject. So during those challenging times, I had to support him. And there was a time where I had to pull him out.
Really?
And that was the end of the film.
Oh, okay.
Because there's levels to this, and you always have to know with your talent when to pull them out. It's like being an undercover officer or something, and they get in too deep. You gotta pull them off the case.
Donnie Brasco type.
Yeah. Same thing with an artist on tour or something, and they're tired or they're complaining, hey, I can't do this anymore. You cannot let the artist or the talent die.
Yeah.
You have to pull them out when it's unhealthy and when it's not functional for them. So we had to pull them out. Wow.
That's, yeah, man. I mean, I think that also comes from your origin stories as well, too, you know? Because talk to me about you as a kid, because I think that's a story that is worth talking about as well.
Yeah, at 7 years old, I made my first, wrote my first songs. It was a kid's album. I had this music teacher, Mr. Kennedy, who was like, "Hey, Nick, you could play every instrument by ear. Stay after class. Why don't you work on these songs with me?" And I would play these like chords and write these lyrics. And I always heard songs in my head as a kid, anyways. So it just seemed like a normal thing that everybody could do.
You didn't really think of it as like, I got this talent.
I still don't think of it as talent because I had friends like Circuit, who was a super producer that I'm growing up with, and I was always like, damn, I'm a million times less talented than him. But they'd be like, you're so talented too, Nick. But at that age, before I even understood anything about music, I just knew it was fun. And we made these kid songs, and I eventually got this little check that I was able to, I guess my first venture investment was in myself buying a guitar. And with that guitar, I was able to start a little band. By the time I was 16, 17, our group was like a kind of Black Eyed Peas of Canada on MySpace. And we opened up for these artists like Bobby Valentino and Rihanna. And
yeah, hold on. Tell me about opening up for Rihanna. What's this like?
It was during Ponda Replay era.
Also, she's just getting going.
Just started. It's this place, Club Montreal Dome. And, me and my group, we were so hyped up. It was the biggest show of our life. It was the biggest moment of our life. And I just remember after that show, I said, you know what? I want to be behind the scenes.
How come?
Because all of that adulation and love and these people and groupies and whatever, it made me uncomfortable. I just want to be behind the scenes. I don't like things that are very surface oriented, you know?
Yeah.
Being an artist, you literally have to have all these fake people who give you so much fake love. And if you're super insecure or you have these holes in your heart, you're going to need more of that. But as a person, I'm lucky that I had a great family and had good values, and it never attracted me, that type of lifestyle. I said, you know what, maybe I can help these artists more than being an artist, you know?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Was that immediately after that show?
I like where this is going because he's artist focused. So let's see, for everybody in the company, how we could do business. Is there any proposal we could send this way? And if Mauricio has pursued that, why or why not? All right. So I'm excited to hear what they have to say. So far, so good. Much better start than the last module. What the easy?
I probably shifted into just being I want to be behind the scenes.
How come?
Because all of that adulation and love and these people and groupies and whatever, it made me uncomfortable. I just want to be behind the scenes. I don't like things that are very surface oriented, you know?
Yeah.
Being an artist, you literally have to have all these fake people who give you so much fake love. And if you're super insecure or you have these holes in your heart, you're going to need more of that. But as a person, I'm lucky that I had a great family and had good values, and it never attracted me, that type of lifestyle. I said, you know what, maybe I can help these artists more than being an artist, you know?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Was that immediately after that show?
I probably shifted into just being a producer, publisher, manager, label within a year of that show. I went to the school, Travis Institute, and I remember they told us, hey, you got to do an internship and sign an artist for a week. And I said, well, let me make it worthwhile. So I signed this girl that was really talented. We got her a song with Drake when Drake was super early, this artist Layla. There's a song called All Night. And that was kind of...
Is that the one with the music video? Is there a music video for that?
I don't think there's a music video, no, but
okay.
I wish we had one. It's funny too, because I remember the early Drake moment, like in Montreal, I had this promoter partner too. I had a club promotion business. We were his first booking.
That's where we met. I mean, I met you at Lot 332.
Yeah, exactly.
Like 08, 09, yeah.
Dude, it was crazy. Like, we were always trying to bring the culture to the city, And growing up in Canada, there wasn't a lot of that.
Yeah.
So as a young artist, producer, writer, whatever it may be, when I found music business administration and I found out I could study that, it was like a dream for me. And by the time I was graduating, I was the first and only student to intern for himself because I had been closing big deals. I was getting the bag more than my teachers or whatever, And I was like, damn, this is crazy because the music industry was in a recession at the time.
Yeah.
It was 1 year before Spotify started.
So what year is this? It's like 2012?
We're gonna have to research that. But I know it was 1 year before Spotify started is when I was in school.
Which is like a heavy recession.
Yeah. The teacher said there are 80,000 jobs that were abolished this year. And I said, abolished? And they were teaching us, there's management, there's publishing, there's label. Everything is going down. So I said, well, I should probably do it all then. And I went online, I Googled the management contract, I Googled the publishing contract, Googled label contract, copy pasted them all, put them in a Word doc, put my logo at the top, and that's how I signed my first artist.
No shit.
Yeah.
Crazy. See this is what's impressive, right? Because I think someone like yourself, you're going to find a way to win. Because and that comes innately in many ways, but it's also because of the curiosity. Most people will be like, if my teacher's telling me that there's 100,000 jobs that just got fucking slashed in the music, all right, I'm out of here. I'm not, like, you're not even making money in here. I'm out of here. But you had a passion behind that. You had a lot of drive behind that, right?
Like, I remember talking with a teacher. It's so funny. It's the first time I remember this. The teacher in our communication class told everybody, you got to write down your goals. 1 to 2 year, 5 to 8 years, and 10 beyond.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote down my goals. And at the time, these goals were, I've blown past any of my goals. But at the time I wrote get a platinum song or get a this and do that. And I remember the teacher going around and he was like, someone in the class thinks that he's like a jokester. Like, these goals don't make sense. They're over ambitious.
Really?
And I don't know if I could swear on you, he's shitting on me.
Yeah.
And he actually made me rewrite my goals. And when I rewrote them, I remember saying, I'm not even going to process what I'm rewriting because I want to keep my old ones, put them out into the ether. But, it's challenging. People will put you down and tell you can't do it, before you even start.
How do you handle that home with like a kid that
people will challenge you and put you down before you even start?
Because you face a lot of adversity. Well, what can you tell a kid who faces a lot of those adversities and challenges, or somebody that is being told you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, you should do something that's more realistic?
Yeah. I think there's 3 key things that everybody needs to consider. Is number 1, no limiting beliefs. Remove all limiting beliefs from your ecosystem.
All limiting beliefs.
If you're thinking something and you even think it's a limiting belief, invert it. The other thing is thinking with an abundance mindset too.
Mm-hmm.
You have to dream bigger, because if you shoot for the moon and you land on a star, you're fine.
Still amongst the stars.
You're still amongst the stars. I would say the third thing is you have to believe in something bigger than yourself. I think a big problem with people today is that they underestimate themselves by overestimating themselves. So if I'm trying to make a podcast and I'm with you and I'm your intern working up under you, my whole thing is, man, how can I go create my own podcast, just like him? And I'm overestimating myself rather than saying, hey, how do I go serve him? How do I be the best intern on earth for him and make his podcast the #1 podcast on earth? That's always been my mantra. If I can help make other people rich, then I'll be rich.
Right.
If I can help make other people successful, then I'll be successful. And even if I got burned 3 times along my journey on time number 4, it washed all of them. It's just about that consistency.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a little break. Because if you're listening and thinking, fuck, I could really use some guidance right now, and you're serious about building your career in the music industry, I'm now offering private strategy sessions. These are fully personalized, just you and me tackling whatever you need in your career. With over 16 years of experience working with artists, managers, and brands, I can help you map out your next moves. Now, whether that's structuring your team, scaling your brand, navigating the industry, even figuring out what steps to take, whether to go to a distributor or to a record label and figuring out what are the best deal points. I can help you with your career, with where you're at. You can now book a one-on-one with me through my Calendly, and you can find a link in the description. Now let's get back to the pod. But when you're getting burned, what are you telling yourself to keep going through it? Because it's not like it's like just like, oh, like I'm brushing myself off like a day later. Like, you go through it mentally. There's a lot that happens in this.
You know, it's crazy. The light of the creator flows through me. I think things like that. I see the light and I just try to blend in with it. You just reminded me of a story when, you know, people don't know about this story, but after my first or my second life in the industry, when I had moved to LA, built Dream Machine with my former partners, this old company that you remember, and we were on a rocket ship, but all of these different things came to attack that rocket ship. And I found myself, after 3 or 4 years in LA, building what I thought was to be the next biggest empire back in Canada, alone. Felt like nobody was picking up my calls. And I had nothing. And I remember feeling really down at that time. But
it was after Dream Machine.
Right after Dream Machine. And this is how you can date it. Robin Williams killed himself. That day, I remember watching the TV. This guy who's the funniest guy in the world to me, one of the most beautiful human beings in the world, who inspired me and so many others, he killed himself. And that's why I'm such a mental health advocate, because I said, you know what? I can't let this bring me down. And I remember praying to God. I said, dear God, I'm going to come back. And I remember when I came back to Canada, my dad said, look at you. You spent 4 years in LA. You worked with your best friends, and you don't even have a gold watch to show for it. And I remember praying to God. I said, God, I'm going to go back into this music business, but just send me good people to work with.
Agree.
That's the only thing I ask.
I like that. I like that.
On the phone
Chase
with
my
best
career.
friend Patrick from the weekend. Patrick XO.
Guitarist.
Patrick Greenaway,
Yeah.
Every day. We still, he's still
Shout out to Patrick.
Shout out to Patrick.
Incredible musician.
We just placed a record with him the weekend in Lana Del Rey. He's an incredible partner of ours. But I remember at the time he would call me from tour, and he would always want to listen on the phone to the music I would listen to, because I would always be finding new music. And one night, right after Robin, like literally the next day or something, or maybe that night, we're listening, and I would listen to this obscure Berlin community radio station. It's like Berlin Community College Radio had this weird music that nobody had ever heard, like industrial music and all this cool shit. So we were listening, and I heard Stara. That was the moment I heard Stara, and it didn't say the name. It was in a whole mix on the SoundCloud link. So I just started, and I was screaming on the phone with them, oh my God, this is it. Whoever this is, whatever this song is. And, found her, emailed her, and that's kind of how I met Star, literally right after I said kind of that prayer, and, within a couple of days or hours of thinking that way.
We kind of glossed over Dream Machine, but I mean, that was very impactful that time. That was you, Circuit, AG, and you guys had a lot of great records. I just not reconnected, but me and Circuit connected.
Nice.
Like a few weeks ago. Yeah. And because he started following me on Instagram, I was like, oh shit, I'm like, Circuit. So I followed back, I hit him up. And I was just like, yo, man, I just got to tell you, I've been following you since like Let's Go to War time.
Yeah, Let's Go to War, yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, that just feels like a whole other lifetime.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and I was put onto them because of our mutual friend Aaron A.
Yeah.
Who shot the video.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is incredible. And it just sonically, it sounded so different. And I wasn't surprised that like 12 to 18 months later, they have the biggest records for Britney Spears and such.
So our wedding's in a couple of weeks. I just needed to tell you this face to face.
Oh, don't say it.
You're going to be eligible to become a member of Navy Federal Credit Union because I'm an Air Force veteran.
All veterans and their families can join. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Aveeno Skin Relief Healing Ointment repairs dry skin 2 times faster with a non-greasy feel.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content, so I can let the world know. If your goggles ain't goggins, they don't belong in noggins.
Wellness isn't the same as everyone else's. This is a healing journey. You have your own goals, your own motivations, your own reasons for taking care of yourself. And no matter how you define it, we're here for it. We're here to help you live well.
So like this is kind of like unimaginable at the time. You know what I mean? Like this isn't happening within the ecosystem where we're from.
No.
Right? Specifically Montreal even, but you're in Toronto at this time. I'm in Toronto. We don't have a lot of examples of this.
No.
So how are you even getting the ball moving in this?
You know, I think it's because we weren't too smart for our own good. We didn't even think
When you don't know
we could do it.
That's okay.
You know, me and Circuit, before he was known as Circuit, when he was like Circuit Breaker or just starting to figure out what his names were, we were in Montreal. And rest in peace, our friend John Borelli, this kid was both of our best friends, but we didn't know each other. And he was moving to Texas. So this summer before he moved, he's like, damn, I got to chill with both of my best friends. So we'll all chill together. And they all came and stayed at my house all summer long. We were running around like, 16-year-olds do. At the time, I would be freestyling and Henry would be beatboxing. Circuit. Before he made a beat on the computer, he would beatbox. He's the best beatboxer.
Really?
To the point where once we were at some party and this like goon wanted to come attack me and like literally he had a knife up to me and Henry started beatboxing and I started freestyling. Like I was like, oh, and it like dissolved the whole situation. But we were these crazy kids and the teachers and everybody was like, you guys cannot do music. You're crazy. You're going to be broke one day. You're just going to be losers. So why are you trying to do music? It made me want to go deeper into music and Henry buying a beat machine. And, I started downloading Fruity Loops and we were just making it so much that we both actually failed grade 10 that year. And that's when I went away and he went away. And we came back together a couple years later in Toronto as things were just starting to go with Let's Go to War and all these things.
Yeah.
And then the Britney Spears cut, Poppy came. It's funny because I remember before that cut, I went to Circuit and I was like, yo, this Amy Winehouse shit is really popping, this doo-wop style.
Yeah.
It'd be dope if you made some stuff like that. And then when he made Poppy, it was like an electro doo-wop song. And I don't know if I had anything to do with it, but in my mind, I was like, wow, what is that called? That was the beginning of me realizing what A&R is.
Oh, okay.
Having that belief
in
myself, even if nobody said it, I knew that I said this thing and then this thing happened. So regardless, I was like, wow, maybe that's what I could be doing. I may not be as talented as this guy, but I can help hone and direct talent in a really profound way. And we were just too stupid to know we couldn't make it. We went from, splitting toonies and riding the bus together to Grammys and, winning all these awards, having 21 number one hits during that Dream Machine time.
Wow. Crazy. It's funny that you said it's too stupid to know that we couldn't do it. Is that, yeah. To be honest with you, man, people always ask me as well. It's like, well, how did you get into this business? Like, what made you think that's the same? I'm not good at much, but I know that I care about this business and I'm good at this kind. And I'm just like, there was no other option for me. Like I just don't have it in me. And it actually gives me such a profound respect for folks like my father who work like a very he's 83 now, just turned 83. Yeah, he's older. He was older, and he worked several jobs. The OG. But at the end of his career, or at the end of his working life, it was just in a factory for 12 years on the line, hard work, I can never do that. But I have such a level of respect.
I worked at a chocolate factory.
Yeah.
So I did so many jobs, and
Same here. That's why I knew I couldn't do. Like I remember working at Cable Linen Factory for like a month. It was insane the work that was there. But sorry, go ahead.
No, but there were no jobs. I
Yeah.
remember when I graduated in music business administration, I was applying for jobs day and night. I was going online everywhere. Yeah, in Canada. There were no jobs. I remember I used to call this A&R at Universal every day, 4 or 5 times a day.
Who's that?
Click.
Set up
Calling
Click.
him every day, trying to get a hold of him. There was a couple people. Jay Cruin, who was my boy.
Yeah.
Any little person who had any connection to the music industry.
That's how we met.
Yeah.
Through Jay.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? Back when we met in I think briefly like in 2008 at Lost 332, she introduced me to you. And you weren't, this is before Dream Machine, this is before a lot, before your career really takes off. But I'll never forget this. Rome says, there's this director's name, he says, that guy's got it. Wow. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, that guy right there, he's going to be a big deal at one point. Wow. Years before you took off. It's insane. And I'll never forget that. I don't know if Jay remembers him telling me this, but I distinctly remember him saying that.
Shout out to him. It just takes one person believing in you.
Yeah.
And I think that's so true. It's got to be yourself first.
Yeah.
Because they will put you down.
Yeah.
There are some people who have it very smooth, but I think everybody has challenges they have to deal with. The hardest one is when people tell you, you suck, you can't do it, you're not going to make it, you're never going to amount to anything, and you still go on that journey. It's the void, and you have to go into that void fearlessly. It's like jumping off a cliff, but imagining that you're going to land on pillows. You have to be that level of delusional.
Yeah.
So it's just a couple of people who believed, but
especially because your family doesn't have that in their history of like being in the entertainment business, the music business.
No, not at all.
Wow.
But my great uncle is this poet named Khalil Gibran, who wrote the quote, "If you love something, let it go. If it comes back to you, it's truly yours."
Oh,
He's
really?
a legendary poet. My mom would always say, "Hey, it's because of your great uncle that you have this skill in music." My mom believed and supported my vision. And it was really her, I think, just giving me a spark to pursue what I love. She said, "Nick, you can do whatever you want in life as long as it's something that you love.
Mm-hmm.
And you just be the best Nick that you could be." So that was always my mantra. I didn't want to be better than that guy or this guy. Just wanted to be the best that I could be.
Yeah, you're very focused in on you and trying to get to the next level. It's better that way. I mean, it's the only way I think. I don't think A, it's fulfilling, or B, it actually works if you're looking at the other person trying to be better than that person.
Yeah.
You can use it as, I wouldn't say like, there could be motivation there, you know what I mean? But that gets tired of doing that, trying, and like ultimately, that's just not a good way to approach life, career. It is, we talk about mental health, like that's just a recipe for disaster in many ways when you're constantly looking at what the other person has and then asking yourself, well, why don't I have that? They shouldn't have it. I deserve that, not them. It's like, no, well, hold on a second. How did they get there?
Yeah.
What did they do? That's a different way of approaching it. And that's way more helpful, right? It's just like, I see what they're doing. I want to be in that position. Let me understand it and study it a little bit better, which is something that I'm hearing you say in this conversation.
Totally. I understood it, but it was later in life. I remember the first self-made billionaire I ever met. I asked him, "Hey, like, what's a piece of advice that you have for me?" And he said, "Nick, there's a finite game and the infinite game. The finite game is the game everybody else is playing. It's them versus something else, them versus someone else. But the infinite game is you versus you. It never ends. You will never win the game. And that's the point of it. And when you go into that infinite game, your life becomes unlimited. So I try to live like that."
Yeah. You can always be expanding. Yeah, always be getting better. Having those real conversations with yourself, though, those are the tough ones.
Toughest.
How are you? Let's take it to like a little bit more tactical here. How are you creating capital from creative? How does somebody go about doing that?
Del Taco's out big boxes, big flavor, big value, big old burritos.
Yeah, you want to take hangovers would be a thing.
Top of that, teenage.
This perspective is a little bit different. I like the fact that there was family support. They built roots from the very beginning. He brought up a lot of valid points. Again, I really, really like his approach, and I'm considering hiring him. Let's see how the module develops, and would you guys bring somebody like that on your project? Um, the fact that I reached a certain, moment in my career where I was like, you know what? If I can dial everything back and just be around God's people, I'm gonna be even more successful. Not necessarily that I wasn't around God's people when I was at a major label or whatever, but the people that were around my project, um, you know, were not the best people.
Capital. Back in the day, you go into that infinite game, your life becomes unlimited. So I try to live like that.
Yeah. You can always be expanding. Yeah, always be getting better. Having those real conversations with yourself, though. Those are the tough ones.
Toughest.
How are you? Let's take it to like a little bit more tactical here. How are you creating capital from creative? How does somebody go about doing that?
It's all about culture is the capital. Back in the day, they would say content is king, right?
Yeah.
But now it's context is king. So more than anything, I create context. Like I see a vision in people and how to unlock it and maximize them. And that's my biggest talent and my biggest gift. So I'm a people producer. So when I look at how I'm navigating or what we're doing next, it comes from a human perspective first. That's why, again, mental health is so important to me, because the mental health aspect is the currency that drives culture. These culture creators are humans.
Mm-hmm.
What is the foundation of them? Mind, body, spirit, right?
Okay.
So the mind is that unlimited bank. And if we don't advocate for it or look at how can we create a safe environment that enhances people, then we're all screwed. When I take someone and they're like completely broke and unknown and make them into a multimillionaire, right? For me, it's not about the money that's like the reward. The idea of this person coming out of a situation that maybe for them they thought they could never come out of, that's the reward and that's the drive. That's what I'm always looking for, and what to me like the capital is more than everything else. I don't think about with anything, even when I'm working on finance, I don't think about money first. I'm thinking about why. I'm thinking about the mission, and then the money will always.
How do you mitigate the risk of that? Because there's a lot of risk associated with this.
Everybody looks at return on investment, ROI. But I talk about this when I started at Hypnosis. I came up with the slogan ROE.
Hypnosis. What the fuck, Mauricio? You could have just fucking said that to me.
Like you could be a room full of people. And
These, yo,
okay.
okay.
It changes their mood.
Let me catch myself.
The first time they kissed their girl to the song.
These people are like fucking Pokemon. I gotta always have a Pokeball to fucking throw at these. Hypnosis, Blackstone. You're one of my business partners. You're hired. Yes. Yes. Shout out to Black Rock. But
to get to the place you have
mandatory meetings, excellent.
That you could just put out there. You already won. But then when it goes number one, right? That's when it's like, wow, the additional surface level rewards are coming. Mm-hmm. But the mission is never let's go number one.
Right. Yeah. But how are you, in order for you to take this 8-year partnership, you still have to be able to economically be okay. So how are you handling that? Like how does this get started? Maybe we can talk about Star right here. This is, taking that risk, and what is the beginnings of this look like?
Oh my gosh, Star story is crazy. When I first signed Stara, I remember going around and playing her for a bunch of people.
So when you say sign, you sign as
a manager, yeah.
Okay, not publishing or okay.
No, she signed to Pulse. We signed her to Pulse. I'll tell you how we got there. bringing her around the industry, there was a lot of things going on. There were other writers who were really important. There was a lot of noise. It's a very competitive industry. And I just heard something in her. We had just worked for 5 years straight with Dr. Luke and Max Martin. And one thing that I learned there was, wow, there's no one more important than Max, the songwriter. He's the oracle of all of this. 50 producers are not as valuable as one Max.
Why?
Because he's the plug to the producers to get the cuts. It's not a beat that gets cut, it's a song.
Yeah.
Songs win. Songs are hits. To have a song, we need more than the production. And I knew that the right songwriter would change everything. And I felt a shift coming where hip hop was going to cross over. Like I felt that. And whenever I have these feelings, it always comes true. I see things, it's not. Somebody asked me, it's like, oh, what do you think? You think you're psychic? And it's like almost in that sense, like because I'll meet somebody, like a homeless person, and be like, you're going to be a star. And then they become a star. And this has happened so many times. Outside of even my clients and the things that people know about, there's a lot of other, and I'll tell you some of those stories about literal superstars who I helped put together. But going back to Stara, we just kept pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. And there was this one session that I really wanted to set up. It was canceled 6 times. And finally she did that session. And that led to Be Real with Mustard, Kid Ink, and Dej Loaf, which was her first cut and her first top 20 song. Once we had Be Real, we started to get a little bit of motion. And I was talking to a bunch of different publishers. But my favorite one was this incredible young executive, Ashley Calhoun, who at the time worked for Rondor Universal. And she came to me quietly, she said, Nick, listen, I'm going to be moving companies. Things are changing over here at Universal, but I really still want Stara. Can you wait to not do any other deal? Let me transition to wherever I'm going to go. I can't tell you where I'm going to go yet, but wherever I go, I'm going to fight for you guys. I'm going to make sure the deal happens. And in my mind, I calculated 2 years of living expenses and then some for Stara. If I could just get her that, then I could get her out of her job. At the time, she was working at public storage full time. And I was like, I just got to get her out of that public storage job. She's too talented to work in public storage.
That's so crazy. That was basically the time that I had for Jesse as well. If I can get a publishing deal that gets you 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years is the time.
That's what I need, yeah.
We always need 2 years at least.
Yeah.
With a genius, brilliant superstar, you need 2 years.
Right.
Michael Jackson, you're going to need 2 years. Yeah. So it was about that 2 years. And then Ashley went into Pulse.
Yeah.
Did what she said. We signed Star to Pulse. We started cooking and working, getting different little cuts. And then Rihanna came. She was doing these camps for the Anti-album.
I remember that in Malibu.
Everybody was there.
Everybody.
And,
Everybody.
I had built a relationship with Omar Grant, who's incredible A&R, because he'll come and listen to the bum off the street. He'll listen to every song of anybody who he meets. And he's a very rare A&R like that.
Yeah.
And he would always listen to everything we had. He was a supporter of Star. He believed in her. So he said, Nick, you can come to the camps. I said, I need a day with Star and Mustard, please. He's like, I got you. Did the first day. Her and some other producers. Did the second day. We were with Rest in Peace Sophie, who came. I remember Rihanna came into the room. It was the first time I met her. She was in a big fur thing and, had so much swag and aura about her. And she was smoking a big blunt. And she's like, you want a hit? And I was like, I don't really smoke usually. But I was
And
like,
that's how the restaurant happened.
Yeah,
Oh,
Rihanna,
these are my
you know.
neighbors. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I just needed confirmation. I got it down. Thank you, Father. I know. Okay, got you.
Omar, I said, oh.
That's why they were there, because the writing camp is right there. That's by my fucking house. Yes, go. Excellent.
Everybody looked at it as, man, this is like a lottery.
Yeah.
We're going to make a million songs. Or, put me in with the biggest person. Star still wasn't the biggest then. Mustard came. Star wrote Needed Me in about 30 minutes. And from the moment that she started recording, you just got chills. This thing was crazy. And I remember, a month or something later, getting the call. Yo, Nick, let's get the paperwork done. This is it. This is going. And it became a huge smash. But they released it.
What's it feel like when you're getting that call?
It was insane. I mean, we love Rihanna. Everybody does.
Yeah.
And everybody says it's impossible. Everybody's so discouraged. Everybody's all so negative. There are people who've been working on it for 15 years that never got one cut. So for us, it was surreal. I was so excited. And it was all part of the plan. It's like, well, first we got to get this, then we get to Rihanna, and then we can get to Maroon 5. And there was like a whole vision around it. But the song came out. It's the only song I ever saw that came out with another single at the same time. They put out Love on the Brain at the same time.
That's right.
And
That's right.
it
Wow.
was disastrous for us.
Yeah.
You never want to do that.
No.
You don't drop 2 singles. Something's off.
And why is that?
Not everybody believed in the record. Rihanna did, Omar did, but I think there were, a lot of big forces that believed, what is this song? And it ended up being Rihanna's longest charting single of all time on the R&B charts. And the longest running single in the R&B charts of all time as well. So many different data points around that song and the achievement it did on the charts. But fast forward 5 years later, we're in London with Ree. And she looks at us. She's like, you guys don't know the Need Me story? I said, what, the Need Me story? She's like, oh my gosh, she comes up right here. She's like on the floor on the couch. She's like, I get these iPods with all the demos on them. And it had 100 songs on it. And they gave me the iPod. And I'm listening to song after song after song after song. It's like to the point where I fell asleep. But the last song on my iPod was Needed Me. And the iPod was on repeat.
Oh.
She said, I woke up the next day saying, didn't I tell you that I was a savage? She's like, what's that stuck in my head? Needed Me. She went back to the iPod song number 99. This is my song. And she loved that song. And when she told me that story, I got chills. Wow. I was like, wow, this is like a spiritual intervention. Like,
Right.
You can't make this shit up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
Yeah.
What is it about Star that makes her so special?
Honestly, I think it's something innately within her and within some of these savant level geniuses. Like, what is it about Picasso that makes it Picasso, or Da Vinci that makes him Da Vinci, or Mozart or Michael Jackson? It's not a comparison to them, but I believe they all fit in the same bucket. All genius level talent. She's so prolific. She's so humble. She's so hardworking. Her attitude is incredible. When she signed her publishing deal, this is an example of how much integrity she has. She was like, okay, well, I have to give my 7-day notice to my other job. She's got a huge check. She didn't need to keep going to the other. She could have thrown her apron, whatever.
Yeah.
No, she honored her word. She would write, I've seen her write 20 songs in 6 hours, full songs, or less, maybe 4 hours. Like, her output and the quality of all of them is unmatched and unprecedented. So I think it's a mixture of attitude, talent, work ethic, and she's just such a spiritual person and such an incredibly inspirational person that she empathizes with the artist and almost becomes like a method writer where she's truly writing from Rihanna's perspective.
Right.
She's truly writing from the artist's perspective.
I had Tyler on the podcast. He told me similar story in those sessions. Malibu, party, Rihanna, and
Claro.
as you watched, he watched Party Next Door, literally, body, Rihanna. And same thing where I think she had some vodka or something, and then she offered Party some vodka, and he never really drinks. And I hope I'm not butchering the story, but he's like, yeah, he had a drink, but he was just getting in the mood, right? Those sessions were special. People talk about those sessions a lot. I remember being there as well too with Jesse, Deputy. I walked into a studio, SZA before SZA, she's cutting the record, Punch is sitting there in a room, like everybody was
there.
Yeah,
you were there. I mean,
I was. Yeah,
the first time Rihanna said "savage," was through Star's lyrics. And look at what happened. Savage Fenty. I think what's special about Star versus a lot of other writers or artists is she makes cultural moments. She writes the word savage and it becomes one of the biggest brands for the artist that she wrote it for.
Is that intentional?
It's an aura thing. It's an energy thing. I think that for her, she's so elevated as like an alpha zen person, so detached from the outcome that those outcomes come to her naturally.
Smart.
And when I look at, she broke so many artists, like their first number ones. Halsey's first number one of her career was written by Stara. Camila Cabello's first number one of her career was written by Stara.
That's right.
The longest running number one hit for Maroon 5 in their entire career was written by Stara. And she continues to do these things and has continued to do that despite the fact that the song, not everybody sees the vision at the beginning or not, but if the one artist believes in it, it takes that one moment of Rihanna saying, I want this, changes everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this business, when a writer gets a cut like that, automatically from an artist of that level, which is very rare, that writer now has a lot more opportunity. But it doesn't mean that it's immediately granted. They got to show up. They got to show up because not every artist, just because you do something incredible with one artist, doesn't mean that other artist is going to also take that record.
Well, Star also has a different standard she holds herself to. I remember when we had like 80 cuts in hip hop, and we just did Pick Up the Phone, Travis Scott and Young Thug, brought them together for the first time, working with everyone, Drake, this, that, whatever.
Yeah, the door opens up for sure.
The phone blowing up every 5 minutes from everybody in hip hop and started calling me saying, I don't want to do any more hip hop right now. Why? Just because I'm black, they want me to write hip hop? I can write every genre. And I said, damn, you know what? Okay, leave it with me. That's when I started harassing Calvin Harris's manager, Mark. And I'm like, Mark, just give us a chance to write one song for Cal.
Right.
I knew that if I started with Calvin, it would be a through line to the rest of the pop world. And finally, he sent me this song with Ellie Goulding.
Oh.
And Star loves Ellie. So I sent her this. She wrote a whole verse to it. The next day, Calvin calls. He's like, come to the studio. She wrote 90% of Future Funk Bounce, the album, within a matter of 3 or 4 days. I mean, if you look at the credits on that album, 90% written by Stara. And
10% written by Jesse.
Meals, and like she created these iconic moments with where Katy Perry and Pharrell is on a record with Big Show, just unexpected moments, and crafted that. And I think, that's the magic. Then she went on to do so many other hits, but like even when we got the call for Havana, Camila Cabello, Camila had not blown yet. She obviously was in a big group, but as a solo artist, had 0 hits.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, Star, like, we got this new cut coming with Camila, Havana. She was like, man, she had written over 150 songs just within that, 2-month span since she wrote Havana. She didn't even remember the song. She was like, oh, shoot, can you play it for me? What does it sound like? I showed her, she's like, oh, yeah. And, all of these songs we have the demos for. And the demos are all Star. The way she makes songs is kind of like when a cover artist is covering a song, I always say artists cover Star songs. If you hear the demos or look up the leaked demos, it's literally like verbatim, so close.
Right.
And it just was a roller coaster.
That's the mark of a great songwriter, though, is because the artist is now mimicking Star. But Star is also, as you mentioned, trying to find the cadence that will work for the artist. If I'm not mistaken, right?
I think it's about the soul. She's capturing that soul of the artist, and everything else comes with it.
What are some, from your lens, managing a songwriter of this level, what would you recommend for songwriters, or how songwriters should approach writing songs for other artists?
I would say songwriters should be artists and artists should be songwriters. So when I'm sending an artist into a session, I'll send them in as a writer. It's less threatening. And now these dope producers want to work with them because they're just a writer. And the same thing goes for a songwriter. it's like, be an artist when you write your songs and write your own biggest hits. Rather than thinking about, we often talked about, yeah, they would write for the artist or star. But again, I want to correct it because I've never actually seen her be like, I'm writing for the artist. She wrote what she felt, knowing that it's a universal truth that the artist will feel. Rather than trying to step into their shoes, she's stepping into her truth. And that truth, if it resonates with the artist, it'll resonate with billions of people around the world.
Love that. Talk to me about Alex the Kid.
Incredible guy. You know, years ago, I was fortunate enough to manage Alex the Kid. And I mean, this guy was like working with Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I mean, he was so ahead of his time. He was incubating talent before anyone and had these incredible campuses where, you know, you'd see some guy roller skating and another guy shooting on film and another guy designing clothes and another person producing. And he had built incredible artists like Imagine Dragons and just done so much. I mean, I can't take credit for any of his success. I got to go along for the ride for a period with him. And at that time, I was managing Circuit, Stara, and Alex the Kid. And it was a really fun, interesting time. 3 really cool clients. And, you know, I got to do... Alex was, you know, you could call him and be like, I have Madonna who wants to go in a session. He's like, oh, no, mate. He didn't want to do anything because he had everything. He'd be like, I was with Madonna last night. Is the type of client where it's like, can't bring him. He'd be like, hey, I got a deal with Microsoft. He's like, oh, mate, I was just with Bill Gates. So it's like, it was so interesting. And at one point, I'm like, you know, there's only so much I can do.
What can I do for you?
You know what I mean? It's like, man, I had Bill too. But it's like, you know, at that point, it was just to support him. But yeah, he's an incredible genius.
What's it like to manage these 3 artists all at once? How challenging is that?
Prepare yourself.
Because these artists, well, all artists, are demanding of the attention of you, Nick. This is why they're working with you, not your staff, not your other folks. It's great that you can bring those people around, but these are like heavyweight producers, songwriters. How are you managing this?
It's all about ecosystem, not ecosystem. So, you know,
That's
when I had
ecosystem, not
Stara
ecosystem.
and Circuit,
Like that.
I put them together. And at the time, actually, so to rewind, I connected Circuit with this artist named Ava Max.
Yes.
She'd not gone yet, nothing happened yet. Circuit started to develop her, and she exploded into the superstar that she'd become. But at that time, he was so deep in Ava world, he didn't want to do any sessions. You know, had this artist, executive producer, that one, he was like, no, I got to focus on this. But the one session he would do was with Stara. And we put him in one session, Stara and Circuit and Jason Evigan, and they wrote Girls Like You. And we placed that record 15 minutes after it was written. You know, like literally sent it to Adam. He's like, I need to cut this tomorrow. His album was already done. The album was done.
Mm-hmm.
It was a buzzer beater record. They went and cut it at Conway one day before they left to Brazil to like do a tour or something. And it's a complete buzzer beater. I remember there was like, they brought us all into the room for the background vocals. I was like, oh my gosh, we're on a background vocal. It was a really funny, beautiful moment. But yeah, it was complete buzzer beater moment. It was one session, literally the only session he like did that year.
Yeah. Wow.
So working with those type of clients, it's like, it's so specialized. Like you might have Alex who only do one type of session or one. He's like, mate, I'll only work on Rihanna. And then you might have Circuit. He's like, look, I'm developing this artist right now, and I'll only work on once in a while on this. And you have someone like Stara who's like, I'm going to go work on everything and dominate the charts. And she was also a catalyst for all that. As I said, the songwriter is everything.
Yeah.
Especially back then when it was the beginning of a new digitized era in the music industry. Things were really starting to ramp up. So, you know, we kind of had a monopoly on a lot of this stuff. Many, many writers got their first cuts from sessions maybe Star passed on. And that's how we were able to build up the ecosystem.
That's hilarious. I actually remember that time. Yeah. Why? What made you step away, or what was changing that? Because, you know, you still managed Stara.
Yes. Yeah.
The Circuit.
No.
Alex.
No.
Yeah. And
you know, at the time, for me, I remember when I started working with Circuit, for example, back again, there was a lot of stuff going on. And he had done so many hits, but there was, I guess, things going on in the industry. There was a little period where he hadn't been having hits. And
Happens to
everybody.
Yeah.
I was in New York with Ed Sheeran and Weekend, and Abel pulls me aside, and we're like battling songs on YouTube. You know, when you show your friends different songs, and you're like kind of like show each other new songs. And we were kind of song exchanging, and he's like, "Yo, Nick, like, man, I've been working on this album, Starboy, and I worked with everybody over the last year, but I just can't like finish it. Like, there's something missing. What do you think? Like, who do you think I should work with?" And I said, "When's the next time you work with Circuit?" He's like, "Oh man, like not since High for This. My first song. It's the first song you ever recorded." I'm like, "What?
wow.
We haven't worked together since High for This? Oh, I'm gonna put you back with Circuit."
Yeah.
One of my texts, put them together in text. 2 weeks later, Circuit's like, "Yeah, you know, I've been working on Abel, thank you. Come into the studio." I went to Conway. I go into the room, and Circuit's like, "Oh, listen to this." At the beginning of Starboy, and just stops it. And I freaking turned white. I was like gonna throw up. I was like, "Oh my God, I'm not even managing him right now." You know what I mean? It's like, and you get 9 songs in the Starboy album.
Yeah.
I was like, "My guy, like, what's going on?" He's like, "You know what? Let's move forward together." So we're able to have a really good run. But at the end of the day, all relationships have their seasons. And again, there's people that are like leaves in your life who, you know, they come during different seasons and they go. And there's people that are roots in your life. Me and him will always be best friends.
Yeah.
You know, so the business is secondary. There's nothing he can't call me about that I won't do for him.
Yeah.
I won't put my weight on for him. And the same thing goes for a client or a partner or a friend. I mean, I'll do the same thing for a friend that I would for a business partner.
Well, I love that you say that, because a lot of individuals in this business try to hold on for dear life, and whenever things aren't going the right way, it can get really ugly and it can get really messy. But what you're saying here is like, in many ways, what I'm hearing you say is like, "Hey man, don't force this. Like, this will be the thing, and it could be amazing for both of you at a certain point, but at another point, things will change. But that's just life at the end of the day. And in this business, you have to be able to adapt to those things, because, you know, I think maybe to your point a little bit, this is where the psychic part of it comes, where it's just like, you know, there's a shift coming. I'm not going to try and hold on to the shift, but I'm actually going to accept it. And whatever comes with that, I'm going to change the direction that I need to change it. And it doesn't have to be malicious. It doesn't have to be painful. As a matter of fact, that only, I think, in this business harms you more than anybody else.
Yeah.
You know, especially when you really hold on to something. And I think from everything that I'm gathering here, it's just like, no, like, you know, this is the season, right?
You know, it's also like numbers don't lie. If I go and do my job is to win. My job is to bring people to this great place, right? When I look at an example like that, till today, still Circuit's biggest hit of his entire career. He's worked with Luke for 10 years before me, and he worked with all the biggest managers and all that. Somehow happens to be that his biggest hit is still the song we did together, Girls Like You. And what I care about is, like, again, return on emotion. Girls Like You.
Okay.
It's about the return on emotion. You know, I saw recently Billboard made this like top 10 producers of all time list. I saw that. Number 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And it said biggest song, Girls Like You, Maroon 5. And that's really what I'm doing my job for. My job isn't for me and to retain a client. My job is to be able to make an impact on a client that will last past my lifetime. When I'm dead, it'll still affect them positively. And if I'm a real manager, and the number one job of a manager, I say, is 2 things: protect your client's best interests and manage their expectations.
Yes.
You know? So I did my job.
Where do you learn these lessons of that? So when you're saying manage the expectations, protect the best interests, when does that start to formulate for you as a manager?
I have my keys. I have my rules.
What
My
are they?
laws.
What are your laws?
There's quite a bit.
Let's talk about 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, you know, manage expectations is one of them.
Yeah, okay.
You know, looking out for your client's best interest is another one. ecosystem versus ecosystem. That's my mantra.
I love that. I've never heard that about it.
That's my thesis.
That's
We
incredible.
took that one today. That was a good one.
It's something I say
I hear the poet in you.
many times. And it's all about operating with integrity. A big one for us is MVP, morals, values, principles.
Morals,
You
values,
can't
principles. MVP, I like that
Partner
one.
with anybody who
Morals,
doesn't
values,
have
principles.
the MVP rule in my world.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned that from my partner G. Roberson, OG legend who developed Kanye or Ye, Nicki Minaj, Drake, Lil Wayne, Lil Nas X, and so many others. And having partners like that in your life who have a code, it allows you to not feel like such a nerd when nobody else has a code. You don't feel like an outsider because you're inside your tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And I think keeping those codes is crucial.
Let me ask you about the moral thing, because I think the moral code, that conversation, I find it to be a challenging one at times, because who's to say what morals is right versus wrong? It's a very heavy topic, and I don't necessarily. I was talking about this yesterday, actually, funny enough, and it's hard to distinguish, right from wrong. But I'm not really putting that in terms of how you operate. It's just like what your moral value looks like, right? To work with you. So to work with Nick Zerjor, that has to be aligning with your morals have to be aligned with the other individuals that come into your ecosystem. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, so what does that moral value look like?
Well, for talent, it's really about their work ethic, their humbleness, their ability to not be bigger than the program.
Yeah.
And it really comes down to those elements more than just talent for me. So you can be the most talented person in the world, but you can also be your own worst enemy. I mean, we've all seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Most people, and especially artists, are their own worst enemy ultimately. And it's the ones who are willing to look in the mirror and take a step back that have those values that I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Because no matter what, whenever you hit big liquidity events, when you hit your first 6-figure check with someone, when you hit your first 7-figure check with someone, when you hit your first 8-figure check with someone, something changes. It's going to be for the better or for the worse. It's going to be like this or like that. And you see things in people.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, for me, I just try to instill values where hopefully they won't necessarily change unless it's for the better, but that's why you have contracts too.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's very clear that there's no moral gray area. If you're broke and sleeping on floors and then I make you a millionaire, I did something good for you. It's black and white. You know what I mean? There's no kind of gray area about that. I know people struggle with that and often act like, you should be hyper indie and signed to like some tech algorithm. And yeah, algorithms are the new gatekeepers. But if you go and get a check in advance and no label and you're just distributed and you have no manager and you have no whatever, it's like being a pro basketball player and playing at Venice basketball court.
Yeah.
You want these guys to play in the NBA so they can win championships.
Yeah.
I am that infrastructure and I'm a part of a bigger ecosystem.
You are
that
hypnosis.
Is also that infrastructure.
And we know you're hypnosis.
There's only a few
Welcome to the
big
company.
players in the game at a certain level.
I got a big family.
And
we need to sign this
go
deal.
to all of them.
As soon as
for
possible.
Me, my thing is I don't want to necessarily work with everybody. I want to work with the people who want to work with me.
So speaking of ecosystems, let's talk about hypnosis.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that journey.
Finally, right? Let's go.
Working with Merck.
Yeah, I mean, Merck is like one of my OGs. He's like a dad to me. And I was so fortunate. I got to know him one day. Years before he started hypnosis, I used to have this little YouTube producer. And this producer made a song with this artist who's like this vulgar rapper. And he's like, Nick, this artist stole my beat. They didn't pay for it online. Here's the name of the manager. Merck. I was like, Merc, that's a hard name.
That is a hard name.
I was like, damn,
Yeah.
okay. Like I thought he was like Merc, like you know, he's gonna murk somebody. And I call this
Did you
guy.
say Merc in the English? Or is that Canadian?
It's Canadian.
It is a Toronto
That's a
thing.
good one.
Yeah.
That's a
I
good one.
remember
You
it
ever heard
from
of Merc?
Toronto.
You know, yeah, it's a Toronto thing for sure.
It's crazy words.
Merc means to, like in Toronto. That's slang for like killing
To
someone.
kill, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, damn, his name is Kill in slang.
Yeah, shit.
I called this guy.
I was thinking the same thing when I saw his name.
He's like, hey, mate, oh, you know, so sorry about this happening. You're so polite, you're so kind. He's like, we're going to figure this out, mate. And we had this little friendship from there. You know, I was calling him initially like, oh, why'd your artist steal the song? But by the end of it, I was like, I love this guy. And then I was Googling him and I'm like, Elton John and Rolling Stones and da-da-da. What? Why is he managing this little rapper? He's an icon. I was like, damn, I got to really even be more humble. So I always remembered that about him. And then years later, I started to see he was buying these catalogs. It was the very beginning of Hypnosis. He had done 2 deals, just did the Dream deal. And I called him up. I was like, yo, Merc, you know, the Dream and, you know, he's signing some other things. I said,
We are knocking on the door of greatness.
we got to make the Avengers and sign Starra.
I'm here.
And he's
I'm
like,
here.
wow, I love that. Let's go. So we went ahead and we worked on this deal, and it was crazy. The multiples, everything that we did, I was like, wow, this is insane. Merc called me. He's like, look, Nate, we closed the deal, but I never want to be on the other side of the negotiating table from you again. You got to come with me now. Welcome into Hypnosis.
What do you think when you say that?
He liked the way that I do business.
Okay.
And, you know, he knew everybody in the industry. He said, Nick, I know everybody in the industry. You have something special about you that's like me, where not everybody's going to understand us, but there's no one who's going to fight as hard for artists like you.
Yeah.
We're artist driven. So he said, I'm going to break the music industry, Nick. Watch. I'm going to raise the multiple. And that's what we did.
Breaking the
And
music industry is
so
raising
for
the
those who's
multiple.
going on,
We're definitely going to
Hypnosis,
do that.
what was that? Because I think there's individuals who are, you know, trying to understand the business at a higher level. So I think Hypnosis is an incredibly important company in the business of the last decade for sure.
It's a legendary journey that we went on, you know.
Yeah.
Hypnosis Songs Fund was one of the first institutional investors into music, but definitely the group that raised the multiple meaning the value of a song.
Correct.
In this exponential way.
Yeah.
Before Merc, those deals were done quietly behind the scenes by big companies that knew this artist, I don't know, Hootie and the Blowfish, he's struggling for money. So let's buy him at a 3 or 4 or 5 multiple.
Really, that's
You know,
okay,
maybe
wow.
a 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 multiple. But it was like sync multiples. Merc said that's not correct. We need to pay writers more. Nick, this is how we're going to do it. And I became like a goon for that mission. You know, whatever it took, I would do. And
You were on the ground floor?
I was global head of song management for over 2 years. And 2 years before that, I sat on the advisory board. So I was during the whole journey, you know, working with Merc and the team before he built out the team, before he built out the executive team.
Okay.
I was his mini Merc. So for me, I was fortunate enough to be put in the room with Dolly Parton and all of these incredible legacy artists. I mean, I knew all the Rihannas and whoever, the younger demographic of talent, but I had never gotten a chance to really get to know these iconic legacy artists. And Merc was the one who opened up that door for me. Merc was the one who told me about securitization of assets and song funds. And
What is that?
it's when you go and leverage the annual payments of an asset of a song against itself to be able to provide debt, to be able to buy the catalog. That's how these funds work. It's based on, you got to raise money, and then you take that money and you put it into the asset. I was a part of over $1 billion in transactions during that time because of Merc.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be able to be in that environment during that time was like, you know, Dallas Cowboys during their Super Bowl run. You know, it was an unbelievable time.
Some of the catalogs, the acquisitions that you had, we're talking Justin Bieber, Justin Timberlake, Leonard Cohen, Rick James. Those are incredible.
Everybody's
incredible.
joints.
And for us, it was like, how do we go and take this insane catalog and make it even better? You would ask that like Rick James Super Freak. It had been number one twice before in history. So I knew it could be number one again. And, there was no formula or format on how to do that. All I knew was like, oh, you know what? Female rap is popping. There's this kind of like booty style beats that are going on. This sample sounds like that. We must have done 150 different versions. It would be for Meg Thee Stallion or for this one or for Cardi or for Nicki. It's crazy. There's this thing called the 100 monkeys theory. They say if 100 monkeys learn how to drive a car, then monkey number 101 on another island will know how to drive a car too. And we were working on that for like over a year. And then all of a sudden, Nicki Minaj, Super Freaky Girl comes out. Dr. Luke and them sampled it. And it's the exact formula of what I see in my head. But I didn't have anything to do with creating that. But that's how song management works. It's about the spirit of the song first and seeing a vision in something. And that's what the biggest part of Hypnosis was for me, because I was global head of song management. So my job and my purview was, how can I extend the lifeline of this catalog? How can I enhance the value of these songs? And how can I bridge the gap where I look at every song to me as a songwriter? I look at songs as people, and I learned that working with Merck.
What else you learn working with Merck?
Man, everything. I got a charge to tell you guys those secrets.
Well, I asked that not to spill the tea, so to speak, but it's more so just, I think this is an individual who has had a tremendous impact in his career through the different levels of his career, through management, through song management and acquisition. I think it's just a special talent. And so what I really am just kind of wanting to understand is just identifying that talent within him.
Working with Merck is like working with like a Benjamin Franklin or something. Like
that's what I mean. Yeah, he's a trailblazer in so many ways.
Beyond trailblazer. I mean, he rewrote the management business with his first business when he started rolling up all the managers and Beyonce's managers.
Yes.
He broke the management business. Then he went on to songs and broke the song industry, helped songwriters get enriched, changed the entire economy of different cities with the investments that he made. And he was bold enough and brave enough to take chances. The biggest thing I learned from Merck was putting the artist first and being relentless and ruthless about that mission, because everybody else will try to put them second. So for us, while we built Hypnosis, it was about artists first.
I need people to understand what that means, because the greatest managers in this business really understand what that means. So I would say, as an example of that, is like you are truly, truly giving your life to that artist in many ways, because the amount of fighting, the amount of like being the attack dog for the artist, the amount of strategizing or communications. I joke around and say the artist will call you like at 1 a.m. when you're trying to sleep, and your wife is like, why are you taking the call? But the reality is, if your artist is calling you at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and you're aligned, more times than not, it's an exciting call. But if you're not aligned, if there's something that's going on, you also want to take that call because you feel like there is something that isn't in sync and you need to help figure that problem out. Like it's such a deep position to operate from as a manager for an artist. And I really want you to like explain or expand on what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Because this is a very specific role. And it's not for the faint of heart, but it is also one of the most, if not in my opinion, the most exciting role in the music business.
Being an artist advocate can feel like being an enemy of the state, but at the same time, you can be a hero.
Yes.
And the same people that can hate you are the same people that can love you the next day, because we all want the same thing. Like people think, oh, I'm going to buck against the majors, but the majors are no longer the gatekeepers. The algorithm's the gatekeeper. The major labels are the gate openers now. So instead of trying to fight the system, it's about enhancing the system. But for us, and for me specifically, the way that I could enhance the system was by enhancing the artist. The only person who ever let me in, whoever gave me a job, whoever believed in me was the artist that I believed in.
Yeah.
So I had to ride for my people.
So true.
And I have been through situations where, the biggest conflicts, I've had multiple situations where the chairmans of two different labels and their two biggest artists were fighting over songs, and everybody's calling me, and I have basketball players and moguls calling me, yo, Nick, you better give the song to so-and-so. But it's like, it's all about integrity, like I said, and fighting for what that artist actually wants. So I think at the end of the day, being an artist advocate means being brave enough to do that. When Star was on her massive run,
This is another piece of the puzzle, because BlackRock, Blackstone, Hypnosis, all of our business partners, how do we bring it together? That's going to be the challenge right now for the project. But it's very interesting to hear that. Again, way better than the last masterclass, because I finally understood that this young lady was invested into the company. So of course she's going to be, kind of inclining towards, oh, it's okay. But, coming from the background of a major label, education is the key to success. Once again,
we had over 80 cuts that year. Me specifically, the way that I could enhance the system was by enhancing the artist. The only person who ever let me in, whoever gave me a job, whoever believed in me was the artist that I believed in.
Yeah.
So I had to ride for my people.
So true.
And I have been through situations where, the biggest conflicts, I've had multiple situations where the chairmans of two different labels and their two biggest artists were fighting over songs, and everybody's calling me, and I have basketball players and moguls calling me, yo, Nick, you better give the song to so-and-so. But it's like, it's all about integrity, like I said, and fighting for what that artist actually wants. So I think at the end of the day, being an artist advocate means being brave enough to do that. When Star was on her massive run, we had over 80 cuts that year. I remember thinking to myself, damn, who's the songwriter of the year at the Grammys? I looked it up and there was no songwriter of the year award. I was like, wait, is this a mistake? Isn't it the music business? Isn't it songs? Isn't the Grammys about that? I was so confused. At the time, I had a friend, Shirley Halperin, who was like, hey, Nick, if you want to write these articles for Variety, she's the editor of Variety, go ahead. And I was like, okay, well, I got this idea, Grammy Songwriter of the Year Award. Why doesn't it exist? Hey, I got this idea, mental health and music. Why doesn't it exist? Let's break the stigma. We did the Grammy one, and, to Evan Bogart's credit, he was like, yo, I love this. We got to make it happen. He helped us put together the package. They brought it to the Grammys, and a few months later, I got the word down. Okay, it's not happening, and I was so sad. But I had this dream, like, wow, if we can help make this happen, that would be so crazy. Coming from Canada, coming from where I came from, just even like inching forward towards that would be crazy. I knew by the time it would happen, it may not be Star having all the hits at that time, but I'm like, maybe the next Star will get this award that they deserve. And I got a call a few years later from David Israelite, the head of NMPA. And he's like, Nick, man, I think it's time for you to make another one of those Grammy Songwriter of the Year articles. It's like a month before the Grammys, or 2 months before the Grammys or something. And you could Google this stuff. I wrote the second article, literally 2 weeks later or less. Grammy announces Songwriter of the Year category coming. And it's like, that's what being an artist advocate is about. It's about being brave enough to, I may not have made that happen, but if I was even a catalyst for that change, that's what it's about. Yeah. It's not about me. It's not about my clients winning. And it's not even about the award. It's about making sure that the songwriters who are the last person on the totem pole, who were so belittled that they didn't even make an award in 80 years for them.
Yeah.
80 years.
Yeah.
There's something wrong there.
Mhm.
And for me, I'm looking for those moments, you know?
I appreciate you saying that. In this day and age, how do you think the songwriters should be compensated? Because the music business is nothing without the songwriters. So, and the songwriters are getting the shit end of the stick here a lot of times. And unless you have a massive hit record, a songwriter, not the producer, even though producers are considered songwriters, yes, I know, but I mean, the person that's penning the lyrics and the melodies, it could, it's hard for them to survive in this business. They don't get most of them, the majority of them don't get a piece of the master.
Correct.
They have publishing, and quite frankly, if it's for a bigger artist, even if the artist didn't pen a single word on that song, they are going to ask for publishing as well.
Yeah.
So how do you think this business needs to change, you being somebody that's such an advocate for songwriters?
If you want to understand the future, you got to look at the past. And the music industry, at its very beginning, some of these big PROs today that exist, performance rights organization, they were smashing windows of barber shops for not paying the jukebox money. It was a very gangster industry.
Yes.
That was started based on taking advantage of minority groups and all of these corrupt things. And songwriters were usually that group that they would take advantage of. So the program was different for the writers than for the producers, who were usually these people in control that were in these different socioeconomic positions to be able to write the rules on the business. The issue is that in 80 plus years, as we became less gangster in the music industry, the business didn't change. So writers should receive master points on records. It's something that I wouldn't go in to run a major record label tomorrow unless they put it in my agreement. They're like, Nick, we want you to be the president of label X. I would only do it if every writer gets some fractional point of master. Even if I took 1 point and split it between the 50 writers in a song, that would be 50 times more than the writers are getting now.
Now, yeah.
So little changes like that, I think, need to occur, because we can't always brush away the people who are the foundations of what we're doing. And I think society over the last 100 years has changed so much, and those people without a voice have a voice today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the mission with writers is not over yet. Creating a guild for songwriters and producers, building together mental health organizations that can scope across major labels and across different companies to provide the talent and the staff with help. They said 75% of executives in music face depression.
Mm-hmm.
Where's their therapy session? I think for us, it's about looking at the numbers.
75% of music execs face depression.
It's even more complicated than ever
interesting
before.
Fact.
Because every day there's more songs coming out than came out in a decade in the 60s.
Right.
It's 10 years worth of songs a day.
In a day.
And if you go listen to all the songs that came out in the 60s, those are really good songs. Yeah. So imagine the mental health state. Imagine the pressure that they face. Imagine how little money you're making. So having something like giving a little point to a writer, that shouldn't be an issue. Giving an artist the chance to have access to therapy, it shouldn't be an issue. Taking somebody off of tour when they're exhausted and having fevers and it looks like they're about to die shouldn't be an issue.
Mm. Yeah.
But it still is.
Are you at the forefront of a lot of these conversations, making these?
So right after the pandemic, I get a phone call. It's the Surgeon General's office. And because of these articles I had written about mental health, they called me into a small meeting for mental health advocates about music. And I sat down across from the Surgeon General, the highest level medical officer in America, who looked at me in the eyes and said, Nick, the biggest problem that we're facing in this country is mental health. And music is the solution for that. How can we impact music in a more positive way? The songs are about depression, suicide, drug abuse. It's so negative.
Right.
Is there something that can be done? And I said, yes. And for me, it's about deep impact. So I can write articles that's more shallow impact. Deep impact is if I go to those creators who are shifting the culture and help embed those values in them and say, hey guys, how do we shift the music, right? And slowly but surely it works. You know, if you look at, fast forward to a more recent example with Akon. And when I met him, he's such an important artist, such an icon, and he had been through so many different things and made so much different music, but his personality was this jubilant leader who wanted to see the world be a better place. And it was like, how do we capture that in his music? How do we make a song that the world will still sing along to the first time they hear it, but that can also impact people in a positive way? And that's how we got Akon's Beautiful Day, which became the #1 song on TikTok, a huge viral sensation, his first top 15 record in 15 years. But the song itself was this positive anthem about, you know, don't worry about these negative things because there's still sunshine at the end of the road. And it's a beautiful day.
I like that approach.
You know? So I think it's
This
really
is what you would
about
call a holistic
embedding
executive.
those
I like
values and
that.
being authentic in your mission. That way the mission becomes almost a cultural mission versus something you're just trying to affect change into people on. They start to become the change agents, and then it spreads like a virus.
Tell me more about the working relationship with you and Akon.
Akon is like a brother to me. You know, what I do at Hypnosis, or what I did at Hypnosis, is similar to how I look at Akon. It's about how do we preserve somebody's legacy while they're still alive and on this earth. One of the most important artists in the world. There's so much noise. There's so many people. He's been doing his thing for longer than, you know, I've existed. And I grew up as a kid as a super fan of his. But when we first met, we immediately clicked, and, you know, we talked for hours about Michael Jackson and all of these things that, you know, we love. And
Michael Jackson.
Yeah, Michael Jackson. You know, he was the last person to work with Michael. He was executive producing Michael's whole album. He was supposed to open up for, he's the only artist that was going to open up on the This Is It tour.
Oh, wow.
You know, and they were like this.
Is that announced?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
But for me, it was like, how do I help preserve this guy's legacy? And I'm just a small part of a bigger system and machine. But again,
Shout out to
it's
Michael
more
Jackson.
than just commerce for me. It's a mission. So
Thank you for
working with icons like Akon is more of a privilege than a job, you know, and I just treat it like that.
One thing that we haven't talked about, what we're going to talk about now, is the friendship and the guidance that you've given to so many companies. You were an investor in so many of these companies. I think people have this, there's an esoteric kind of thinking when it comes to investment and how do you go about that in tech and capital. I'd love for you to actually humanize this conversation.
Tech and capital.
Because it's well over 30, by the way, companies, and we're talking Triller, we're talking Beat Bread. There's several companies here.
Yeah, so about 10 years ago, I saw the show Billions, and I was like, wow,
Great show.
I could do that, you know, and I called two mentors of mine. One was Guy Oseary, who's one of the biggest managers in the world, but also has a massive fund. And the other one was my friend Sam Engelbart, who today runs Galaxy Financial, one of the biggest funds in the world too. Innovation funds across gaming and crypto and a lot of things. And I asked them both the same question. I said, hey, I want to get into venture. I really want to be an advisor, an investor. What do you suggest? Guy told me, Nick, 1 out of every 80 companies is going to win. You have to deploy this amount. It's very, very complex. So I suggest that you focus on just the artists. And I'm like the rebellious son. Like if dad tells me I can't, and he's very much like a dad.
Further. Yeah.
People sometimes get, you know, sad when Guy approaches them with stuff like that. I get motivated by him because I know what he's trying to say. Is like, at the same time, he's like, hey, go get it, son.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be hard.
Right.
When I called Sam, he said, Nick, what you need to do with your access and relationships is come in as an advisor to these companies, help them raise this capital, help them bring in these celebrities, and take a bunch of equity and take these retainers. So that's what I did. Triller was my first one. We helped raise over $20 million in strategic funding from celebrities. And I was put on the advisory board and brought in all of these different incredible managers.
20 million.
Most of the Maverick managers.
He's talking my talk.
Board, all thanks to my big bro, G. Roberson, who at the time I said, I need to put G in some of these cap tables because he's so impactful.
Mm-hmm.
And with Triller, we wanted to put culture in the cap table. So I wanted to bring in the biggest cultural leader I knew, which was G. My next company was Talk Shop Live. At the time, it was this nascent live stream selling point of contact video company before this was a big craze like TikTok Shop. And there were 20 other companies trying to do the same thing. But the way I look at venture is just like I look at music. I'm looking at the founder, just like I look at the talent. And this founder, Brian Moore, was so incredible. He was a genius. He had taken TMZ and brought it digital. He spent years in China studying live stream shopping. He spoke fluent Chinese. He was a genius. And out of the 20 other companies that existed that were so well funded, today Talk Shop Live is the #1 live stream sales platform outside of TikTok Shop. We power Facebook, Instagram, Condé Nast, Walmart, Target, so many others. Sephora, Ulta Beauty, and it's a category king. We even power Amazon's point of contact video sales. So being in these companies and creating this ecosystem has given me a whole other breadth of knowledge that I apply into the music and media and IP industries. I understand a different type of language. I have different relationships with capital and investors, and it's allowed me to expand my
capital and investors. That's it. Credentials
to create more of an unfair advantage for my talent.
Man.
Because I believe talent is the next shareholder. It's all about equity for the artists. And the future of the music industry is really about creating that equity and creating these businesses and ecosystems around talent. So there was no better place for me to cut my teeth on leadership than in that startup community. And to be honest with you,
Del Taco's out. Big boxes, big flavor, big value, big old burritos.
This is one of the valuable lessons that I learned last year. When I first became a part of Valuetainment Consulting, it was very hard that day for me to have had the meeting that I had and walking away knowing how much it was going to cost to try to propose a deal or close a deal. And I spoke about it publicly. I broke it down. I said, listen, everything comes down to consultants and venture capital. And it's amazing, especially now with technology, how often you hear that from different entrepreneurs, from different backgrounds, even though obviously we're all in music and entertainment. So we're all trying to win, right? But it's interesting to note how each entrepreneur puts that
relationships
together.
With capital and investors, and it's allowed me to expand my network and my capabilities to create more of an unfair advantage for my talent, because I believe talent is the next shareholder. It's all about equity for the artists, and the future of the music industry is really about creating that equity and creating these businesses and ecosystems around talent. So there was no better place for me to cut my teeth on leadership than in that startup community. And to be honest with you, I also did it for my own mental health, because it's such a crazy industry, the music industry. You can see your own brother stab his other brother just for a nickel, and it gets daunting at some point. Yeah. You want to surround yourself with good people. And I found that in venture, it was like this breath of fresh air. Everything seemed easier than music. Because when I'm in music, Music, we're turning air into millions. It's air that we're selling. At least with these guys, I have a freaking thing. I have a bottle of water to sell.
Yeah.
You know, so it just seemed easier.
I've never heard that term before. Turning air into millions. That's an actual fact.
Literally.
Yeah. How do you have all these? How old are you?
39. Turning
Young,
40 next year.
Crazy. How, in such a short time? This is a tough question. There's a deeper question to it, but, and I'll tell you why I'm asking, but how in such a short time have you done so much and developed so many artists, had these amazing relationships with managers and executives in this business, but then go and build these incredible relationships with people who have access to capital, right? How have you done so much at such a young age? And as I talk to you, there's a fire here where I'm like, this man is nowhere near done.
I haven't done so much at my young age. I've been doing this since I was 7.
What are you talking about?
I literally been doing this shit since 7 years old.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm at the beginning of my career. You know, I have a beginner's mindset. So my goal is to work harder or smarter than my hungriest intern, you know, and to keep that sense of beginner's mindset and that reverence for what I do. I think that's probably a driver of it. But when we talk about how did I get so far, I think I'm always at the bottom of the next step. I'm never at the top. I never looked at it like that.
Always
like
at the bottom of the next step. I like
level.
that.
I'm at the top. We did it, baby.
Yeah.
Number 1. I'm the number 1 song in the world. I remember the day I got my biggest number 1 song in the world. I cried that day. And it wasn't tears of joy. It was sadness because I had some toxic people around me. They're like, oh yeah, you got that number 1, but you know, you lost this client. They just left you. And I remember thinking to myself, damn, that's so messed up, you know, it's right, you know, I was sad. I don't know what came over me. And I was emotional. And at that time, I didn't realize that none of this stuff matters. It still mattered so much to me. Getting that hit or getting that client or keeping this or doing that. But over the years, I detached from all the outcomes and got back to focusing on the process. And when you're focused on the process and just going and going, you know, results will come and they'll fly in. But if you're so focused on the results, it's almost like watching something bake and it takes longer. Mm-hmm. You know, you can't watch it bake. Mm-hmm. You gotta go off, do something else, go do your homework, go da-da-da, and then bing, your food is ready. Mm-hmm. You know, so it's kind of how I look at life.
Wow. That's deep, man. Yeah, that's a big deep. But this has been a great conversation, though. When you're looking at
this is where Mauricio shines. This is why he's my manager. This is I see greatness. It's just that I push him harder than Jesse, yo. Mauricio, I'm sorry. You think you had it hard with Jesse? Please. Jesse Reyes' song with Eminem, he literally got a single called Venom. And you didn't give me I couldn't get the chorus. I could have been in the background doing something.
And where we're at right now,
and
press release for Spotify. Yeah.
The other manager, the manager that's still with her,
and other things.
You got your hard work cut out with me, Mauricio.
Is this
mind you, we still got months.
Is this competing with the potential of artists? Where are you seeing this? And also the blockchain, how is this playing a role?
Oh, good question. Good question. Yo, I was just giving you your props. Good shit.
In the music industry that are going to shift it. And those are 2 areas that we're working on very closely and that I'll be announcing some things soon around. Okay. But they're experts who have been working at these things for many, many years.
Yes.
And I started getting involved with AI, with the AI incubators that the Canadian government had 10 years ago. When AI was something embedded in companies and we wouldn't see it consumer facing.
Right.
So I got to know a lot of these founders and I just was like, oh, AI is going to be worth so much. I just thought, oh my gosh. And today we see it as a real part of our life. The advent of AI is more impactful than the invention of streaming or vinyl or CDs or anything, not just for music, but for every industry. When man invented the knife, it could cut bread or it could do surgery, right? AI is the first invention that can choose if it wants to cut bread or do a surgery. That changes everything. And I think the impact that it's going to have on the industry and on every industry is profound. By 2030, approximately 10% of the music that will come out will be by AI. And by 2030, the music industry will be something like $130 billion TAM. To put that in context, in 1960s, the music industry was a $2 billion industry.
1960.
It's about to be a 200-some billion dollar industry. And AI will account for at least 10% of that. So that's really profound. And then cryptocurrency and blockchain.
Let me stop you there for a second to expand on that thought. So it's going to be a 200 billion total addressable market.
Yeah.
How?
It's expanding. So, like we said earlier,
you
there's
let it
more
out.
songs
Okay.
coming out every day than came out an entire decade in the 60s.
Do you know what the number is in today? Because
It's hundreds of thousands of songs.
So it is a couple 100,000.
Yeah, a couple 100,000.
Yeah.
So, you had maybe 10,000 songs a year coming out back then. Now you have a couple 100,000 a day.
Yeah.
At the same time, the industry was $2 billion. It's going to be 200 billion. So everything is growing. The pie is getting bigger. A small piece of a pie the size of Texas, I always say, is better than 100% of a pie the size of a plate.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever sliver of that AI is going to take, it's not going to be something that I think will negatively impact the industry. But just like when streaming came, they were scared of it.
Yes.
And I think the music industry has a tendency
to
push back on innovation, to be dinosaurs, to our own detriment. And this is how I've proven that thesis through looking at the film TV industry and looking at the gaming industry. The gaming industry has grown exponentially, just like the music industry. But if the music industry grew this much, gaming industry grew from here to this, to the sky.
Yeah.
And
we're
it's
working
because
on
they
the
embrace
system.
innovation.
We
see
did the
a lot of
module this
executives
morning
in music
about
going into gaming or going into the creator economy, and they just don't believe in it anymore. They don't think it's valuable enough anymore. That's not how I look at it. I'm thinking, how do I utilize gaming or creator economy or AI to help the music industry?
Mm-hmm.
You know how they say, if I win the lottery, there will be signs or whatever? If I won $1 billion tomorrow, I would dump it right back into the music industry, because who's going to do that? Do you know what kind of multi-generational impact even 100 million free money in the music industry would have? Because money is the crack of the music industry. With things like AI and the independence and the democratization of the music industry, it frees people from that addiction. It gives them the ability, these artists, to go get money themselves, to maybe earn their own living, to reinvest in their own careers and grow it to the point where they control their own destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And you still haven't seen like a Weeknd be an independent artist yet, or a Drake level artist do that. But when that does happen, I think it's going to be good for everybody in the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so talk to me about the blockchain.
Blockchain was created for the music industry, if you think about it, because it's all about taking numbers and multiple parties and different ledgers and creating a transparent system where you can see everything and everybody's paid at the same time and everything it's unhackable.
Yeah.
It's so transparent.
Mm-hmm.
The music industry, we always hear about black box royalties, that we don't know where they are, and this is so complicated. If you ever looked at a royalty statement, if I showed it to a regular person, I mean, even me, I've been in the game so long, I look at this, it's like reading Chinese. And it's made that way on purpose.
Yep.
And it's not to take away from the systems that made it that way, but there's never been a time where 51% of the industry is independent like now.
Exactly.
And that 51% of the industry, if I go bring even 10% of it onto the blockchain, I can change many people's lives.
Oh, wait a minute. We got a competitor.
Hey, if I want to give Jay-Z the ability to give his daughter a portion of his song immediately, I can do that with the technology we've developed. But right now, if you want to do that, you got to call 50 lawyers, you got to this, you got to that. Oh, all of a sudden, the company's saying, no, you can't do it. There's all these complications, and it shouldn't be like that. If this is your money, and
they're aiming for 10%.
Access it and pay somebody.
You go.
Unfortunately, with the rights that talent owns, it's not that simple. So I believe the blockchainification of the industry is going to change the game, especially because it offers a new layer.
Mauricio, you're sitting on. Oh my God, yo V, a mandatory meeting tomorrow.
That is not from traditional.
V, I'm gonna let you handle that.
From the crypto world.
So because I need you to tell Mauricio what I'm trying to say.
And that's really the vision for.
They're going for 10%.
How easy is it to change that system right now?
What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Are you a big reader?
Yeah.
I asked someone, I guess, on this podcast, and I have to ask you, what are some of the books that you would recommend? And give me 3.
5 a.m. Club, Robin Sharma.
Yes.
Incredible book.
5 a.m. Club.
I would say Think and Grow Rich is a classic.
Yeah.
Yes.
That I love.
Robert Kiyosaki. Is that Think and Grow Rich? No, that's Napoleon Hill.
Napoleon Hill. Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad Poor Dad.
I would say Art of War is my 3rd.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sun Tzu. Yeah. I've read that book a few times, the different variations of that book.
Yeah.
Man, before we leave here, I got to say that this has been a great conversation. I think a lot of people are going to take away a lot from this convo, and it's appreciated. So thank you first and foremost for coming on the platform and having this conversation.
This one was you're back on my good graces, Mauricio. Let's see. We got 4 more masterclasses, so we're gonna see.
I really appreciated that conversation.
If you hit the home run, Mauricio, I will increase your percentage of the company.
What's the goal, man?
Fair? All right, we'll see. By Tuesday, and we better have a meeting on Wednesday. We'll see by Tuesday.
For people who have never had the opportunity to do that is to change the world for the better. Is to try to give a chance to people who were not given a chance, and to try to open doors to people who the doors slammed closed on. I mean, ultimately, that's always going to be my bigger picture goal because I love people. I love seeing them happy and changing their lives, and always to impact popular culture. We want to do things that make a little ding in the universe, whether it's big or small. But I think ultimately the idea is how can we move popular culture forward while changing people's lives?
And this also extends to managers, the way that you're thinking about this, right?
Yeah, I have, almost a dozen managers signed to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And they are also having participating on the equity and stuff?
They have full equity in all their artists, so they are full partners. So anybody that they sign and develop, they're generating their commissions off of that.
Yeah.
And we're partners on it.
Yeah.
So it allows them to have free reign. And then for my guys that are with me for a long time, I might have a superstar or marquee client and assign it to them too, because nobody ever gave me that chance. But I know if I give you that chance, it could elevate both you and the client. So I'm here to help nurture the next generation of managers and executives too.
Now,
notice
the recurring theme, right?
Yes,
All right, so let's just mute this real quick, and we'll quickly pick up with the following class. I like it. Again, it comes back down to the same everything. Venture capital consultations. He's saying venture capital and, I guess his network or whatever, but nah, I disagree. And, it's the elephant in the room. Everybody doesn't have the credentials to pursue these opportunities. It's the reality. me having so many business partners out of necessity is something that I know all too well, and it is not easy. And I was not prepared. I was mad young. I have no idea what the heck you know was going on. So we're gonna fast forward from the Nick Dean because that one, I think we did the first two chapters, but I don't want to really refine everything else because I saw the second part, but I still want to go over it. So
Victoria Monet was performing, and I was in the front, and I was because I was in the media area.
Who invited you to
Soblum.
Soblum
Invited me, and I just happened to be working with Victoria. It was like stars aligning, and so I'm in the front row. They come out, and she's her dance squad. I think it's just 3 people, but I was immediately blown away. No one. I've been talking to them for weeks. No one told me she could dance. I had no idea she could dance. I pulled my phone out. I still have this phone to this day. And I stood there for the entire set. My arms were about to fall off. I recorded the entire show on my phone. The part that I clipped down was the Sun Cut Challenge.
Before you get into that, and we're not going to forget that, why are you not putting your phone down?
Because I didn't want to miss a second, because I knew that I knew that we were going to go viral from this moment, because not a single R&B artist that was popping at the time could dance like that. And if there's one thing people love is a performer, especially, I mean, we were talking about earlier, R&B is something you experience. That's why you have to go to the show.
Really?
That's why you don't need very many listeners to do this work.
You gotta love working with me.
I knew I was experiencing something that the world needed to experience.
I got Austin Dunn in the building. Pretty good chance most people don't know who you are who are watching this. But there's also a really good chance that if you know who Austin Dunn is, you know how this business works at an intimate level because you've been operating as an agency, but also you do operate, in the shadows. You don't come to the forefront. You don't really talk about this stuff. You just get the business done. And when I talk about getting the business done, I'm talking about from a digital marketing perspective. Fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. But what people should also know is that you are the founder of R&B Music, which is on Instagram, which has got 1 million plus followers on Instagram and is incredible. It's an incredible page, I would say, for great curation and taste when it comes to R&B music, and you're the person who manages that page. How did that come about?
To be honest with you, I feel like it's such a far way to go back, but it was from passion. Like, no one was doing it. There was spaces for rap. There was spaces for, even at that time, there was spaces for gossip. There was spaces for news. You basically get everything, but there was nothing at all for R&B, for Black music in that space. And also something else, there's like meme pages as well, like Black meme pages. There's rap pages. I was like, how is it that they basically have a monopoly on our culture and they're serving it back to us, making money off of it? So I was like, no one's doing R&B. I'm early. So I went and got R&B music. And I was just like, I'm going to make sure that this stays with us and that we are the voices in this space.
Yeah.
That was probably the beginning, but then also money, because I knew that if you build it, they will come. Like, the money didn't come at first at all.
Okay.
But it was just like, if you stick with this for 5 to 6 years, it will.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. There's 2 things here that I want to ask you about. So for clarity, you went and you grabbed the IG handle that said R&B Music. Okay.
So yes.
Okay. Now, so what does that entail?
So found this guy. I DM'd him for R&B Music, and I was like, "Hey, you're not using it? Like, I'm a big fan. I want to build a page." And he's like, "You know what? Like, I want you to
go do
your thing because no one's using it."
Yeah.
And so I linked up with him. He actually lived in my old town. It was near us, which was also kind of divine because he was at a McDonald's that I used to go to as a child when I lived in Porterville, California.
Oh, crazy.
So I drove from LA to Porterville, met up. We exchanged the page.
Oh, you did it in person?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Because you have to get the email if you're.
You couldn't do that online?
Well, no.
Got you.
You can.
Fair enough.
But he was so close. It was 30 minutes. It was, well, not 30 minutes, but it was like an hour 30.
Yeah.
And I also had friends in town, so I was like, I'll just come with you.
Link with him.
Yeah.
And get the page.
Yeah. So I got the page, 4,000 followers. And from there, it was very much trial and error. I knew what, so @rap was like which @rap is the big rap platform, was the North Star. I was like, I know what they're doing. Basically, just to give them credit, they kind of built the pathway for me, but I did it in a different way. Where I was like, all right, I'm gonna do what they're doing, but for R&B. Except for R&B at the time, this is 2017. There's not that much going on. I think Daniel Caesar had just dropped Freudian, yeah, and so it's like that buzz is kind of dead. There is literally no one posted about it on the internet. That was just something that moved within the culture, like people passing like that. There was no like Daniel Caesar album post on the internet at that time that I remember, other than on his page.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Daniel Caesar content before you heard the music?
To be honest, I wasn't even looking at IG seeding like that. And then this is what we're talking about here, just so we're clear. What we're talking about is a real business that's become in the last, you would know better than I, of IG seeding, which is essentially content showing up on different platforms that are outside of your own platform. So Daniel Caesar, as an example, we're talking about. You're asking me if I saw Freudian content outside of it. No, I didn't. But I wasn't even looking for it, to be honest with you. But the story of Freudian was before the TikToks and the Instagram algorithms of the world. That was a great team that built independently and had some really key partnerships, one of them being Apple Music and Carl Cherry. And like, Carl Cherry really helped Daniel, Matthew, and Jordan break that music, but it wasn't through any of the...
It wasn't through Instagram because there was nowhere for that stuff to get posted. And so my idea was I was just going to take all the R&B, like at that time I was posting Daniel Caesar.
It wasn't through Instagram, sorry.
It probably
not
wasn't
like
the way, no, like in the sense that the way, there was no Reels, there was no TikTok, there was no going viral.
Yeah.
Like going viral on Instagram was not like, what viral, when I first started, going viral was rare at the time.
Yes.
Like, it was rare.
Very.
You weren't just like going, now every day someone goes viral.
Correct.
Because of the algorithms.
Yeah.
But at the time, I feel like people, it was just literally, like I said, people were just passing Daniel Caesar around.
It was word of mouth.
Whenever I started the page, I was like, I'll build a page for Daniel Caesar to come in for, I think Lucky Day might have been near that. It was a year later. Ari Lennox, who are some people I started posting at first. Maybe Snow Allegra. So at the time, Giveon started to do something at that time. And so I would just take the new R&B artists and just keep posting them over and over again. But then to actually build, because no one really cared about them, to actually build followers, I would post Sade, I would post Beyonce, I would post Rihanna, and I would post Mariah Carey. So I used what I did, the idea was at the time, use the old music that everyone already had a relationship with, and then keep posting that, but in between, post the new music so people can discover. And that's how I got followers at first, because they were like, they would come for the old music, stay for the new music. And that was the strategy. And it was very hard to grow back then because you did, like I said, if you start a page right now, it's so much easier to get 1 million followers than it was from 2017, 2016.
So
way easier.
So many questions. When did it start to really go for you? When did it connect? Do you remember if there was a specific post where it was like, oh, this is now, it's on?
It was a Sade post.
Okay.
Sade post gave us like, there's 2 moments. But one of the moments was Sade, where we got like 80,000 followers off of one post.
Wow.
That was crazy.
What year was that?
2018-ish, late 2018, early 2019.
Oh shit, yeah.
And then another one was actually 2021. Was a Teddy Swims post that got us like 150,000 followers. That's a whole nother story. The Teddy Swims post was the biggest post we've ever done.
In 2021.
Around Lose Control. It was like right when he, maybe around when he dropped Lose Control, we basically got, hey, we have this Teddy Swims thing, do you like it? And then that's a whole story we can get into though.
What's the story?
Well, so me and my wife were running the page at the time together. And we've been running it, this is like 4 or 5 years. And at this time we had like, I think like 400,000 or 500,000 followers. So we were cooking. and we had like a very strong base. It was actually what's crazy is with the algorithm back then, it was more active with 500,000 followers than it is now.
Yeah, I know.
Because the game is just it's different.
All right, everybody, we're gonna take a little break because if you're listening and thinking, "Fuck, I could really use some guidance right now," and you're serious about building your career in the music industry, I'm now offering private
You
services.
making money outside
These
of
are
our
fully
business
personalized,
partnership?
just you and
What
me
the
tackling
heezy?
whatever you need in your
All right.
career.
All
With
right,
over
go ahead.
16 years of experience
Keep
working
signing
with artists,
artists.
managers, and brands.
Keep
I can
signing
help you
artists.
map
I'm gonna
out
go
your
sign
next
with the
move.
first
Whether that's
management
structuring
team that
your
I
team,
find. Watch.
scaling your brand, navigating the industry, even figuring out what steps to take, whether to go to a distributor or to a record label, and figuring out what are the
Take
best deals.
notes and
I can
present
help you
that
with
to
your career with where
Mauricio
you're
first
at. You
thing.
can outbook
Well,
a
not
one-on-one
tomorrow,
with me
Monday
through my
morning.
Calendly, and you can find a link in the description.
We got a
Let's
meeting
get
on
back to the
Tuesday,
pod.
so
The followers
It
to
doesn't really matter.
doesn't matter.
It's weird.
Yeah.
But in your mind, if you're like, I need more followers, it's like that's it's actually changed.
It's so true.
You'd rather have engaged followers. I'd rather have, like, if I was to build it again, now I have so many followers, it's actually hard. Just everyone has different likes and wants and what they want to see. It's hard to serve a million people exactly what they want every time.
Yes.
Especially with R&B, because it's R&B has so many different flavors. Like R&B fans, they're not like, I'm gonna just listen to all this music. R&B fans are very siloed.
Very specific.
I like El Mean.
Crispy's Treats. It's Yellow Claw. Treat your inner child.
Everyone said I'd have to pay extra to earn IT certifications. Everyone except WGU. There, I earned a master's in IT with certifications included at no extra cost. Now I'm ready to move ahead in my career.
A vacation with Norwegian Cruise Line is so much more because there's more included. Like unlimited drinks, followed by amazing meals, plus free Wi-Fi. Oh, hey, Tom, I gotta go. I love you. Experience more with Norwegian.
But I hate Bryson Tiller. You know what I mean? There's people like this. Like, they will listen to El Mean, Cleo Soul. They'll listen to like Destin Conrad, that like cool, soft R&B.
let me just say something. This type of
Candy.
seeding should be part
I
of
think
the
this style
marketing
actually
strategy
peaks
for
at
whatever
1%
project
like
you
that.
guys have
Maybe I'm
going.
wrong. From what I've seen, it's like there's like categories of R&B and people float across a little bit. Whereas in rap, I actually don't see that as much. I feel like rap fans will they'll be open, so they're younger, maybe that's why. They'll be open to listen to way more things. Really, from Playboy Cardi to Travis Scott to Drake to Kendrick, those are completely, all those things are completely different. And they will like, I honestly think they will like all four. I don't feel like R&B fans are like that. They're like, they'll let you know, I do not like that, and I love that.
So where does the Teddy Swim audience fit in?
Teddy Swim's audience, so Teddy Swim story, just that. So he just dropped Lose Control. Apparently he had dropped a few songs before. And we kind of had a conversation with, not the label, but with an agency. And they're like, hey, we got this Teddy Swim. Would you guys be down to cover this? And we're like, yeah, sure. My wife got a hold of it. And she was like, oh my God, this man's voice is incredible. And so they gave us one slide. They gave us just Lose Control. It was like a 15-second clip of Lose Control. And I'm like, well, this isn't going to do anything. So what my wife did was she went to the Teddy Swims, typed him in. We found out he had like 1 million follower YouTube. I think his IG was also 1 million followers at the time. But all of those fans were there because of his covers.
Crazy.
So she went through every single one of his covers. I'm talking, he has like so many of them. And she grabbed the Mario one, Let Me Love You, the Shania 21. She grabbed, I don't know, maybe a Neo one, but basically all this R&B ones that we could find. We put it together in a post. We led with the Mario one. And what we did that I think that is what people miss in marketing nowadays. A lot of people are like, market the song. We marketed him as a human and as an artist and as a talent. So we started with Mario, we swiped to Shania Twain, we swiped to this, then we swiped to the new song. And I think the headline was something like, and his original music is crazy good too. This is Lose Control, mind you.
Yeah.
and no one knows what the song is. I heard it, I was like, that's a good song. I had no idea that was going to be the song. It's still huge to this day. It's still huge. And so Lose Control was in the middle of the slides, and you swipe to more covers. Basically, we take the user or our audience on a journey, not just, hey, new song, run it out.
Right.
New artist, new song, run it out.
That doesn't work.
No, like for a lot of times with R&B, they want, specifically with R&B, they want to see if you can sing first.
Yeah.
So like if you're doing auto-tune on your records, I suggest highly to go shoot live raw videos of you singing as much as possible, because then they'll come back and be like, all right, I'll listen to this. Because I know I'm not about to get bamboozled when I pull up to your show. Because R&B, like the people that will always tour are the performers. R&B had like those, like they'll have, I've seen R&B fans have like no, basically what, 800K million monthly listeners, go do 2,000 people room.
Easy.
That's easy. But then you'll see rappers cancel their tours
all the time.
They can't even, and well, also they think because they have 10 million monthly listeners. That's what I'm talking about. Rappers, the people that listen, they just listen to everything.
Got you.
They don't like the people that are listening to R&B. They're selective, and if they like it, they love it, and they pull up and they pay.
What's your theory on that disconnect when it comes to rappers and having 10, 15 million monthly listeners, but they can't sell out? They can't do a show. They can't do it, sort of cancel it.
I think it's just the nature of the genre. Like R&B is meant to be heard live, and rap. I'm good on many rappers. I've only been to one rapper concert that I'd ever go back to. That's Cole. I would never go to another one back to again.
Really?
Eminem was good, but I wouldn't go back.
Okay.
Cole, and I've seen a lot. Cole is the only one. Okay. I really don't think rap music is a good live. Not because in a small venue on the come up, yes. When they start hitting those big venues, you're like, they're just screaming and it's loud and it's echoey.
Yeah.
So Teddy, we ended up doing that post, and we kind of, and I'm telling you why we did it like that, because that's how audiences receive things. A lot of people do market, and I think the energy is shifting on this, but for a good 5, 6, 7 years, every single label was like, I want this song on every page, and I want every page to announce that this song is out now. And it's eventually the people that are, I call them users, I don't want to keep calling them users, but the people on Instagram, I'm calling them users. The users of Instagram are hip to this tactic.
Yeah.
They know it's fake. They know it's fabricated. So what do you need an angle. You always need an angle, especially for a new artist. No one knew who Teddy Swims was. We did that post. We're like, no, this post is doing good. It got like 20,000 likes in the first 3 hours. Like, oh, this is going crazy. The day later, it has 100,000 likes.
Yeah.
3 days later, it has 700,000 likes. And he grew 2 million followers in a matter of a month. So he went from 1 million to 3 million.
That's crazy.
From that moment.
Yeah.
And the song was baked in it, but people were like, this man is, and I had not heard, like, you hear his voice, you're mesmerized. And so, and there's more context to it. Like, that was just one online moment, but I've heard from everyone around him that he was out there hustling, doing tours where he was singing covers, apparently.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, especially if you don't have like a whole lot of material.
And then he was singing like Lose Control in the middle of his covers. And then apparently every city they would leave, they would see a bump and Lose Control on their Spotify. They worked the record for real. I helped them jump the internet.
Artists have done that time and time again, where they will play the cover so that there is an audience for it if you're not too familiar with who the artist is, and then it'll slide into 1 or 2 records. Mm-hmm. And if the energy goes down, then they go back into the covers, right? I've heard there's one artist I just went and shot the pod with, and told me the same thing. So like this happens all the time. But you know what we're talking about right here is just like, this is real digital marketing strategy, but this is storytelling. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about you telling a story through digital marketing, because the way that people were positioning it, and when I say people, I'm going to say the major labels for the most part, didn't understand how this operated. How did you innately understand this? Take me to how you figured this out.
That question is actually interesting because I don't even know. I just feel like I think this is one of those things where you just understood and you didn't know why. Like I went to college. I went to be an accountant. I left college from being an accountant to pursue being a producer and artist. And then I basically, while being a producer and artist, I had no friends, that would support me. I'm 24 years old, 23, 24 years old. All my friends have have jobs. So I have no like team around me to help pick me up. So I was like, okay, I need to get my music in front of people. And that is whenever I discovered I was good at marketing, because I was good at marketing myself. And I was so good at it that people were asking me, how did I get all these streams?
So what'd you do?
So the first thing I did, so this was 2015 is when I started like dropping raps and just dropping music. And I was a SoundCloud head. So I was at that time, XXXTentacion, and who is it? Lil Pump's not even out yet. Who's another crazy throwback?
Chance?
Wi-Fi. No, this is, I started dropping after Chance, but Chance was the one that brought me to SoundCloud.
Okay.
I think he brought a lot of people to SoundCloud.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. He brought me to Tory Lanez brought me to SoundCloud as well.
Okay.
Tory Lanez, Chance, and then I discovered XXXTentacion, and I discovered all that like SoundCloud rap stuff. I didn't make music like them, but I was just watching them grow, and I saw what they were doing. They were basically clicking up, having friends online, and they were just reposting each other. But I wanted to take it a step further. So what I did is I downloaded this thing called the SoundCloud bot. And it was basically a program that you just plug in to your SoundCloud, right? And you could make, with that bot, I could make 10,000 accounts a day.
Word.
And I could follow 10,000 people a day and unfollow 10,000 people a day.
What?
So they got rid of it really quick, but that's how I started. So what I did was I literally found a folder of like hot girls, random pictures of hot girls, and I uploaded 10,000 photos to 10,000 accounts, and I had them unfollow 10,000 accounts a day.
Okay.
And then eventually I built a network of 100,000 followers, just like that.
Because they would follow you back.
Because guys would follow back because they thought the girls were hot, and then I would have my song reposted at the top.
Okay, I'm a little confused.
So if you're sitting there as a kid on SoundCloud, you're listening to music, a girl follows you, you're gonna at least check out her page.
Correct.
And this is what I'm saying. I don't know why. I knew that's how guys think. So I was like hacking the young mind, and I was a young mind. But I was like, I know guys. Like, you see a hot girl at the you might not follow her, but you're gonna go to her page and like, what is she listening to? Because back then it was like a profile, you repost songs, and my wife will love this. So guys, I knew guys would go to the page, and then they would go to the section where all the songs were reposted. A lot of guys would follow the page, and a lot of guys would just look at the songs to see what's being reposted. And so I would have my song in there, and I would have other like a Drake song or like an big song. So I'd put my music in between the reposts.
Okay.
So you press play on the first one, and then just play through. Or they're like, who is this new artist? And that's how I built my following at first. I got myself up to like, which is very hard on SoundCloud to even get followers at first, but I got myself up to like 6,000-7,000 doing that. Then the next strategy I did with SoundCloud, how to get, and I was selling like $50 here, $100 here, getting people plays doing that. The next strategy I did was I actually took a PayPal loan and I bought a big SoundCloud account. It had 500,000 followers, and it was called Hip Hop Essentials, off of a guy from Miami. And so it was like $1,000, which at the time I thought was so much money. When you're broke,
it's a lot of money to somebody.
It was a lot at the time. Bought that page, and then I started building a business around it, because then I was charging, because it was a bigger page, I was charging $100, and I was doing outreach like, yo, if you want to get there, I'd do that. But then I'd also funnel it with all these fake girl accounts. And so it would make it look like, oh, I'm really crushing it. All these girls are reposting me. So it was kind of like, it was working. They were really getting plays, but it also was just like a whole system. I would tell them like that's what was going on.
Yeah, of course.
They knew that. They knew the whole gig. But
because eventually you're getting real audience.
Because these girls had followers. Every girl had like 100 to 300 followers.
Bro.
So that's like you're getting it, and I would do it over a period of 2 weeks. So and then we posting real tracks in between. So it's always like every time I do something, it's not just like, it's very methodical. Like, even with how I do anything on Instagram, anything I do on Twitter, it's thought out from the beginning to the end. And that's how I was always doing it. But that was step one. Step two was realizing that, you know, DatPiff?
Of course.
Of course. A lot of people don't. Do you guys remember DatPiff? No, see?
Younger.
They don't know. They don't know what DatPiff is. So DatPiff is where you would go to get all the Lil Wayne's mixtapes. Basically, that's how I'd explain it.
All
mixtapes, but that was Wayne brought everyone to that. And my age group, like the only reason the first mixtape I ever downloaded was a Wayne mixtape.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, you got Drake, you got Kendrick, you got Cole, you had so many. Obviously, there's Future, there's so many more. But whenever SoundCloud popped off, that Piff started dying. And I realized there's this hole because all that music, and Spotify, SoundCloud killed Dat Piff. But then Spotify didn't have the music from Dat Piff, and SoundCloud didn't either. So what I did was I took all the every single mixtape you can think that you've ever heard on Dat Piff, I took it and I brought it to SoundCloud. And I made a Drake account, I made a Lil Wayne account, I made a Kendrick account, I made a Beyonce account. I made it every single artist because at the time, labels didn't see value in SoundCloud. This is before Lil Pump blows up. This is before 6ix9ine. This is before Trippie Redd. About a year and a half. This is before Lil Uzi Vert. So this is like in just 6 months before Uzi Vert. So Uzi's about to launch while I'm doing this. And so within 6-7 months, I amassed 5 billion plays.
Wow.
Because dude, understand every Drake song, like all of his music is on there. All the mixtape music. And there's nowhere else to get it on the internet.
These were your pages that you made.
I own.
Did any of these
no one ever reached out?
No
one ever reached out to me.
Why do you think?
Because SoundCloud was looked as everyone was looking at Spotify. While everyone was looking at Spotify, there was a world going on at SoundCloud.
Yeah.
And that's why everyone missed X. That's why everyone missed Juice WRLD. They didn't miss him. Eventually, they popped their head up and they got him.
Yeah.
But I was like, anyone that was on SoundCloud at that time, you knew when you heard Juice and you knew when you heard X, like these guys were, these were not regular artists. This was like superstar level talent.
Yeah.
And the first time you heard them. And so and for us, it was confusing. We're like, how did these people not have label deals? Like that was very confusing for us. And then they got so big that you couldn't ignore them. So I made all those, fake accounts, but I didn't get paid for streams.
Right.
That's why I think they never took them down because I never made money off of them.
Okay. But you were putting.
But I was reposting my music and other people's music onto Drake, and motherfuckers thought it was Drake.
Crazy.
So that helped with streams. So I was able to, at that time I was able to get you, if you were good, I could get you like 300,000 plays.
If you were
real plays.
If you were a good artist,
if you made good music, I could get you. If you made like a decent song, I could get you like 100,000 plus real plays.
This is what I'm talking about. This is why I wanted to sit down and have the conversation with you because, in my opinion, and a lot of people, and the people who know this world, you are the best at this. And this is why I wanted to talk to you because of the mind that you have. So it's crazy to hear this. When people talk about the SoundCloud era, what you're doing is really breaking down how this all operated.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I didn't have my hand on every single artist, but at the same time, I kind of did because if I thought an artist was good, I was also curating the pages. So on Drake and on Kendrick and all these accounts that people thought were real, I would actually post good music because people, if it was just trash music over and over and over again, people would stop caring.
Right.
So in between the ads, I was posting people I thought were good.
Like who?
X.
Okay. Oh,
X was one of them for sure. And Uzi, I was posting Uzi all the time.
But those teams reaching out to you?
No, they didn't. I was doing that just because it was good.
Interesting.
Because I needed to have some good on the page. So you have these 500,000 to million plus accounts reposting X. The people thinking it's Drake and people thinking they're getting co-signed by Drake. Like literally people would go on Twitter like, I can't believe Kendrick just reposted me on SoundCloud. I'm not even kidding. And no one was paying attention. But then
artists were saying that.
No, like the artists that would get reposted, but
that's what I'm saying.
Some people would say that and they wouldn't know that I just did it.
That's what I'm saying. The artist is reposted. I can't believe it, but it was actually me not knowing that.
And I just liked the song. I've never said anything.
Crazy.
Yeah, because if they knew it was me, they'd ask me.
Right.
But they were like my friends, and I just reposted it and make it feel good. And then because I didn't tell everyone that I owned it because if every artist knew I owned it, they would try to. You know what I mean? I didn't, I basically, I don't know how it worked. I didn't tell everyone, that's for sure.
You still operate that way, though.
Yeah. Because it's like, not anymore. But
after this conversation, why? A lot of people don't know that you operate R&B music.
Well, before we move to R&B music, I want to get back. I wanted to talk about the breaking point for SoundCloud and how I got into marketing.
Okay, please.
Because I was doing this just to pay my rent and to pay for studio time and to pay for mixes for myself.
Uh-huh.
And then I got introduced. The first person in the music industry, like of a prominent name I ever got introduced to, was Ellie Grange.
Bread is clearly bringing that taste of Italy to the track as the official pacifier for more.
Popular, you're gonna be popular.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays.
How about a cumulative stay with the
Find exactly what you're booking. Booking.com. Booking.yeah. Stream the CMA Awards on Hulu.
Doors open at 6 a.m. on Black Friday, so be the first to snag Lowe's doorbuster deals and your choice offers before they're gone. Get more holiday for less.
I didn't know.
Wow.
And at the time, it was Elliot Grange and it was strange
Music.
Yes. And I if he was right here, I'd tell him right now. I walked into his office. He looked the same age as me. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Mind you, I don't know who Lucien Grange is. I didn't look up any of that.
Yeah.
So I looked at him and I'm like, your company's called Strange Music? I'm like, have you heard of Tech Nine? He's like, yeah. I'm like, his company's called Strange Entertainment. I literally said they're gonna sue you. And so, I mean, fast forward, he had to change
Because
it.
when I met him, it was Strange Music as well.
So
he just, at that point, he's just getting Trippie Redd.
Yeah.
And then Unknown 6ix9ine.
Yeah. So he had Trippie Redd. So we met him at the same time. So he had Trippie Redd. And so Trippie Redd, the first song they gave, they're like, I got introduced to them like, hey, we want to run something through your SoundCloud network. I was like, cool, let's do it.
Hold on, how did he find you? Because this is the thing about Elliot that I think a lot of people want to try and dismiss. They want to call him a Nepo baby and all that shit. It's like, yo, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about because this guy, yeah, sure, he's the son of Lucien Grange, but this man,
You're the floor.
he's been a psycho.
Yeah,
and I mean that in the most positive way of how in tune he is with this business.
For sure.
He's absolutely dialed in.
Yeah.
Like he knows this, he just understands digital marketing
Yeah.
very well.
100.
Which is, yeah.
Well, the fact that he even thought to talk to me was probably a good sign that he knew. He was the first person to give me a chance.
That's crazy.
And not even a chance. I didn't even know what I was doing. So he was the first one to see what, like, he heard the idea and they were like, yo, let's try it. So how we got introduced was a producer I was working with knew an artist that was at Strange. And then he was like, yo, you should meet my guy. Like, he runs all of our SoundCloud shit. That's why our shit's popping. And then you should bring over to Elliot. And like, and I didn't know who Elliot was, but you guys should use him for your artists. Like, it's gonna work. Like, he's literally seeing it work. So the first artist they gave me was Trippie Redd. And I think the first song we ever ran was Chair Falling. And it didn't do bad. We ended up getting him like a few 100,000 plays, which I said, if the song is good, it'll do a few 100,000 plays. If the song is great, it will break. I didn't know how powerful it was until this moment. If the song is great, it will break. And they basically were like, oh, that song did good, but I don't think we believe in that song. And I was on Trippie Redd's page on the phone with them, or maybe it was a text, but basically I communicated to them. I was like, this song, Love Scars 2, I listened to it, and I was like, this song is really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
It had to have like 400,000 streams, maybe like 20,000 likes. And I was like, we should run this through my network.
400,000 and 20,000 on SoundCloud?
On SoundCloud. So it was like
on his own page.
On his own page.
Yeah.
It had momentum, but nothing at that time. That's not much. That's like a good song.
Yeah.
And I was like, we should run this through my same network. So now we have the juxtaposition of both songs going through the network. Love Scars 2 became a platinum record from that, and it started from that repost.
You broke that.
And then they went and shot a music video. That I never say I break records. I sparked it.
Okay.
I become the spark for a lot of records. And so at that time, I was like, we should do this song. I think this is the one. We did it, and I was right. And they were like, that was amazing. And at that time, they were like, hey, you should come work for us. And I was like, respectfully declined. And then the next artist he hands me was 6ix9ine. No music out. But I looked at him, I'm like, this guy's crazy. And then I'm like, can't believe, I was like, I mean, that was the thing at the time, you know, a little pump and like looking crazy. I was like, it's probably gonna work. That's what I said. I didn't hear the music yet, but then it was Gummo. And the moment I heard it, that beat, I was like, oh. I knew it. I was like, this one's gonna. I knew that one was gonna go. I knew that was gonna go so crazy. He dropped it on his page. We ran it through our system. It's going absolutely nuts. It's going so nuts because at that time they didn't have on SoundCloud. You didn't have a way to do takedowns.
Right.
So there was like 5 or 6 other Gummo 6ix9ine songs, and because 6ix9ine spelled his name weird, there was like 5 or 6 6ix9ine accounts. So what I did to get all the, because we wanted all the plays to go on the same track, so we'd go to the top 50 charts.
Right.
So I went to every account and I was like, I work for 6ix9ine. Can you please take down this account, like respectfully? Like we want to make sure all the streams go to him so we can go up the charts. Every single account was just like, we love 6ix9ine. If this is the official account, we'll take our accounts down.
Oh wow!
And SoundCloud was like a community.
Yeah,
they wanted to see the artists that they support actually make it. But at that time, 6ix9ine didn't have an account, so people were grabbing it from like YouTube or Instagram, however they found it, and they brought it to SoundCloud.
And they're okay to take it down because nobody was getting money.
Nobody was getting money. Yeah. No, at that time, no one was. There was a point.
So this is truly fan-driven community
for sure.
And
for sure.
For the most part, people aren't getting money. They're not thinking of it the way you're thinking.
No, yeah. And so Gummo was the next hit that came through my SoundCloud network, and from there. I don't know. One of my partners, he was good with like, spreading the good word, you could say. That was whenever that's when my marketing career started. Because then I started getting hit up by Epic, Columbia, Interscope, all of them, to be honest with you.
And did you start working with, you went and tell me about your journey with Columbia, because you were with them for a bit, but I guess you chose them over the other ones, or did you also work with them?
So Columbia was, how old was I? That was crazy, being that young at the time. Columbia is where I started to see the vision for Instagram.
And for those who don't know, Columbia is a major label under the Sony umbrella.
Yeah. And so at the time I go there, Ron Perry.
Oh, Ron Perry's already there. So
he just got there.
So
him and Juba walked me in. Juba walked me and my partners in.
Okay.
So Juba found, I actually don't know how Juba got a hold of us, but Juba found us and he was like, these are the guys that did SoundCloud. And then when we went in, I was like, yeah, SoundCloud is like a thing, but the next thing is Instagram. And then he was like, I'm all ears, Ron Perry. And then we gave him a pitch. My partners threw in some diamonds, and then we got our first.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Threw in diamonds. Like everyone was shooting on all cylinders. Like it was us 3 sitting across from Ron Perry. We were just pitching that we are the marketing team that you need to hire.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And that was our first consultancy.
Crazy. Okay.
Yeah. So and the reason why they brought us in, Ron Perry comes in there at Columbia, if you don't know, at that time, didn't really have any hip hop artists at all.
Yeah, that's right.
Before Ron Perry, they didn't have any urban acts.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just not what they covered, because they had RCA doing that.
Epic
and RCA.
Yeah, RCA has a little bit similar. I don't remember a lot of hip hop artists on RCA.
Well, they have the R&B there, and then
they definitely have R&B and hip hop.
The hip hop was for sure
Keys. Epic. Yeah, that's hip hop. That was L.A. Reid and Sylvia.
So, but at this time, trap music this is 2017. Trap music is having a moment.
Yeah, because prior to Perry, Rob Stringer was at Columbia.
Yes, that's
right. So that's Adele. That's like Beyonce, I believe.
Yeah. And so when Ron Perry gets there, he's like, we're starting like an urban department. And so he wanted us to come in and basically help him break his urban acts. And the first acts we got handed was Lil TJ and Polo G.
Oh shit.
And they had 30,000 and 70,000 followers at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. SoundCloud, trap music wasn't breaking on SoundCloud.
Right.
Trap music was kind of breaking a little bit everywhere. Mm-hmm. Like it was on SoundCloud, it was on Instagram. I just saw it on YouTube for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And so I noticed that there was a big meme culture happening. There was a meme moment, I would say, happening on Instagram. And we started meme pages. I brought in a team, and I basically helped have them help me build them. And I built a following of I think when we were at our peak, we had 4.5 million followers across
a bunch of meme
5
pages.
meme pages.
What meme pages did you have?
One of them was called at that way. One of them was called at, I can't remember, drilled. That was like drilled V2 or something, but it was like one of them I can't say the name. It was crazy. One of them,
okay.
Yeah, so we had a bunch. I can't remember them. Big boy, like one of them was called at Big Boy Memes. I don't know, they were random.
Okay, sure.
It was like the most random things you could. The meme universe was so random this time. But this is why I'm like, this is high engagement. Highest engagement on the internet at the time was meme pages on Instagram. This is before TikTok.
Yeah.
And I thought like, oh, little TJ, I'm consultancy, so I'm like, we need to break little TJ and Polo G. I'm like, how do we do that? What I did, and this is when tagging, remember when tagging became a thing on the post?
Yep.
Because if you would tag in the caption at this time, people would be like, add, and they would swipe. But tagging in the post became a thing. So what we would do is this is actually my idea, but I would take the post and I would say, who's the best 19-year-old rapper out now? And I would have,
she saw the difference and picked the real deal. It's got to be Tide.
Gillette Clinical has twice the sweat-fighting ingredients. Gillette Anti-Perspirant. A vacation with Norwegian Cruise Line is so much more because there's more included. Like unlimited drinks, followed by amazing meals and amazing restaurants. Plus free Wi-Fi. Oh, hey, Mom, I gotta go. I love you. Did I mention unlimited drinks? Hello. And excursion credits so you can explore even more. I love more. Get more out of your vacation with Norwegians, more at sea. Can I get more? Experience more with Norwegian.
Vitacost brings wellness to everyone. Just ask our customers.
Vitacost keeps me at the top of my game.
And helps me save money on all things baby.
Vitacost has all my clean beauty essentials. And they have the best teas and herbs.
Vitacost keeps me prepared for all my adventures.
And they're always there for my family. Pets are family too.
For the best deals on all things health and wellness, head to Vitacost.com. Wellness for everyone at prices for anyone.
Little TJ, Polo G, and the two other people that weren't as good as them.
Okay.
And I would tag each of their faces. So you'd click on the tag, and at that time, they could just click on that person, go learn about that person. And those posts, because we were in the community, we would just trade posts with them. So like, hey, I'll do a post for you, you do a post for me. We'll help each other grow.
On the meme pages.
Yes, because it was also a community.
Yeah.
And so we would just be like, we would get basically, Columbia's like, we need to break this. So we would take it to the meme pages. We would do an ad they would do like hey, you should follow this account. And they would just post whatever I asked them to post. Mm-hmm. Little TJ and Polo G had to have like tripled to quadrupled their followers within a couple months. And it was for sure
really
just the tagging.
What were some of the things that you did in order to market the music?
Well, I didn't have to. I would just send people directly to their page. And at that time, trap was just like moving. They also, it's not like I was the only thing happening, but for sure, a lot of the Instagram growth, because they were moving on SoundCloud, they were doing their thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of the growth, like literally converting followers day by day, was coming from the meme pages that we were doing.
Yeah.
And another thing we would do is we would make a meme, put the song behind it, and then we would tag the artist in the post so then they could hear the song. And we would say artist tagged in post. And so they would click on the tag, go to their page, followers going like crazy. And you gotta mind you, like we're literally spending nothing.
How much are you spending?
Yeah, nothing. Because I said it was on trade. Because we had so many followers, people would want us to shout them out.
Who's we? What page?
We had That Way and all these other
pages.
Oh,
I see. Okay, so you have these pages, but then you're reaching outside of these pages. And
there's literally like 100 meme pages you could post on.
Yeah.
So we were just going to each one, and there was like some that were more urban, some were more like silly and stuff like that.
Some of them still exist.
They still exist.
Yeah.
All I know is Columbia's consultancy. We were breaking artists from meme pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I mean, we actually worked with Columbia at first.
So how long? Yeah, how long did you work with Columbia for?
2 years. They hated us. The people in the building.
They hated you. That the employees that were working there.
Yeah,
because here's the thing: you guys are coming in, you're fucking kids.
Yeah, we're kids. Well, I understand why I would have hated me too. Yeah, I wasn't being mean or
I
anything.
bet you were coming in there moving real cocky though. At the same time, be like, "Yo, we know what we're doing."
For
You're
sure.
a kid, and you'd be like,
I was definitely probably cocky.
"Yeah, you're like, you don't know what you're doing over here." I'm like, "Why are these guys getting more money? We're the ones that are breaking the artists." You're probably moving that way a little bit, I would assume, just as kids. You know what I mean?
For sure, probably.
And to be honest, there's merit there.
Yeah, I didn't know what I was doing. But no, I remember a specific conversation. I was sat in a room, and at the time, you're just so blind. You're blind how corporate systems work. You're also blind how insecure other people are. So when you walk into the room, I'm literally just like some woman was like, "I don't understand how you think meme pages can break artists," and I go, "I don't understand how you think they don't." That was what I responded to her. I don't understand how you think they don't. Memes are literally life. I mean, at the time, and especially that was the only place on the internet where you could actually do stuff.
Yeah.
This at rap and our generation music, you could do stuff. So that was part of the whole thing. So what I was doing was I was doing meme stuff, and at the same time, I was building relationships. And I would put this on record. I probably, if not the first two people to go to these big pages, these big rap pages, and build a big relationship with them and send them artists daily.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What did that look like?
It looked like, hey, TJ has a new song. Let's do something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Like, let's just say you send it to OutRap, they fuck with it. They're like, all right, cool. Let's do the thing. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny, man, because I had like a similar experience, but I was having it as a manager because I'm understanding how this is starting to work. And I'm like, all these other things that we're doing, I'm like, they're vanity plays. They don't really work. Not the way that they were looking at it before. And I would get into these arguments as well, too, with digital people all the time.
Like a Forbes or Rolling Stone type thing? Or
Yes, like that a little bit, but then it would be like, sometimes it'd be like certain looks at certain broadcasts. I don't want to name them, you know what I mean? But like,
it was just the old. It was an
old
old
guard, yeah. And at the major labels, the digital departments of them were saying that these are the ones that matter. It wasn't, to be honest, like a Rolling Stone. It was more like blog pages, like some blogs that we should go do this, look, and go do an interview here, and
like written blogs.
Yeah. And then I was
I did this.
That's how you write.
I know.
That's how you write. You got a typewriter here, bro. Hit the fucking thing. But man, I remember just being on like we do these promo runs. It'd be like 3 days. And I'd be like, does any of this matter? Because right now, I'm with my boy on text and I'm seeing the numbers that we're growing on by what he's doing. And we're not doing no promo with these digital pages, but I'm seeing the numbers run up, the followers run up, and it's correlating with the streams. So then I would get into these same type of arguments that you're talking about with certain digital people and certain record labels. And it would be a lot of like, I guess maybe the approach as well too is a little bit, unfounded, I guess, from my part, because I would say at a certain point, I don't think this works. And they would push back and say, well, what you do, we don't believe it works. And I'm like, I don't know how you don't see it that way.
They said to you that what you were doing on Instagram, working with some of these accounts, doesn't work. They don't see that working.
Politically, like in a political way, they would say it.
Yeah.
They would say it more, it was a friendlier way to tell me that what we're doing doesn't necessarily work. But I don't necessarily think that they didn't think it worked. I just think that they needed to justify their job.
Yeah, no, that's fact.
And some of those people didn't have the relationships that we had. And that's where it started to become, it wasn't contentious, but it was definitely very eye-opening even early on for us to say, not to say, but like almost work in a vacuum. We'd be like, we understand the power of a major record label and we believe in it for certain aspects, but for certain things, let us do our thing. Right? And that's how we operated a lot of the time. And we were left with a lot of autonomy, to build the career of Jesse.
Yeah.
Right. So,
and when they saw it working, did they start to think, oh, maybe he's on something?
Never.
They never.
Never.
And they
But low key, they are saying that, and they're just not actually giving us the credit. They're actually going and trying to figure out who the hell it is, and then going to do it for the other artists. Hold on to that relationship.
Yeah.
I've been on several calls. There was a lot of regime changes when I was working with Jesse at Island, and I got love for everybody that we were working through, like for the most part, right? But there were definitely phone calls I could have handled a lot better, to be honest with you, because like I was fuming after we get off certain calls because the label would take credit for ideas that I had. And it would be a full label call. And it would be all of a sudden like they came up with the idea. And in my mind, it was just one of those things that internally they had to deal with the politics of it.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to protect their jobs and their big cushy salaries. So they were pawning it off as if they were their ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say who.
Mm-hmm.
They know who they are, but it happened to me all the time, and I would get furious. I would be furious, and I would let that bother me so much because a part of me also was young, trying to get after it and say like, "Where's my credit?" You know?
Yeah.
So like it was kind of also like a little bit of like selfishness that I was. Or I wanted credit, and I was like, "This is not what it's about." At the end of the day, like my artist is popping, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't like how it was being handled. To be honest with you, it felt slimy to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm on these calls.
Yeah.
And these ideas that I presented, all of a sudden are getting presented in front of my face as if it's their ideas. I was like, "Wow, this is what?"
Yeah, that's probably crazy. From my perspective, it was the exact opposite. As an agency, I would go in working with these digital people, and I would literally tell them, go to your boss and tell them this was your idea.
Yeah.
Because it's from my standard, I want like if I'm working, especially if I work with a good digital manager.
That's smart. I didn't think of it that way. That's a smart way to do it.
And it wasn't even like it wasn't a tactic. I actually, a lot of my ideas would come from conversations with digital people, giving me context, dropping an idea at labels.
At labels?
Especially the good ones. When you sit with the good one, they'll give you an idea. And that idea will spark an idea from me. But then it's like, I'm not going to run and tell you. I'm not going to run and be like, the whole world, I thought of this. If we're working together on this, I looked at it as a team thing. I would be like, yo, yeah, definitely go tell them. And just go take all the credit. Because if I can lift you up inside of your company, then we can continue to have a strong relationship. And that's how I looked at it.
Yeah.
And I just feel like
that's the right way, to be honest with you. Because
I would agree, because a lot of people, a lot of managers, especially being a manager, is tough because you feel like, and I've been on a call with so many managers from the label side of things, and the amount of times I've heard them blow up on everyone, that never works.
Yeah,
never.
Yeah.
If you have a star artist like Jesse, you can get away with it. But if your artist
for so long,
only for so long, but I mean, if you Jesse, they can't do anything. At the end of the day, if it makes money, they have to deal with you. But if you're one of those artists that are coming up and you need the label, you want them to actually enjoy talking to you. Columbia, I'm very, very, very green at this time. Still running SoundCloud for all their stuff. Still running SoundCloud. At the time I was at Columbia, we actually worked out the deal.
Yeah.
Was that we would be consultants for them, but we could also have they wanted us to stay solo with them. But we were like, no, because if we are, then we can't tell you what other labels are doing.
Very smart.
So so we were going around. I mean, truth of the matter is they were just using it. I thought that was like a smart thing to say, but really labels just weren't doing anything until we came and we showed them what to do. Like we were very early in all this space. Yeah, very much. Like early Playboy days, after Magnolia, but early Playboy Cardi days, and everything Interscope for about 4 or 5 years.
So wait, you did Columbia and Interscope?
At the time that I was being a consultant at Columbia, I was doing everything at Columbia. I was doing everything. I was doing a lot of stuff in Interscope. I was doing a lot of stuff at Epic, and then eventually, when Columbia ended, Atlantic became a big client of ours. And that was and a lot of that. All of these clients, they heard about us through SoundCloud. Like I was doing all the SoundCloud reposts, and the reposts were getting people charting. We were charting whole albums from just reposts.
Wow.
Because reposts, you had an unlimited repost feature.
Yeah.
It was like a hack. So I would just repost you over and over and over again until you hit the charts.
Wow.
And then that was how we got in the door with a lot of places. And then we would sell on the Instagram, and that would make people stay because once an artist saw themselves on all the blogs, seeded all the blogs, it was over. Now forever they had to be on all the blogs.
Yeah,
it was like crack for artists because it's a vanity thing. But at the time, a lot of trap rappers, you're breaking them by going to meme pages and making sure that they're just everywhere there, however they can be, and then you're going to the rap blogs and you're just pumping. Like I'm talking back then, you could go crazy.
Yeah,
because no one was doing it.
Right.
So it was early. So we had the deal locked in where we could still work with other people. And we still worked with Columbia, came back, and anything that we saw that was new, we tell them. I actually did tell them stuff. And I would, if I had inside information, I would go to them. And one of the inside information things I did have, and I was thinking about it, how people really didn't think meme pages matter. And this was the moment where I knew that there was no disputing that. And it was Lil Nas X. Do you remember Old Town Road? Is it called Old Town Road? Yeah, Old Town Road. Do you know how Old Town Road even had its first moment? Like how it got off the ground?
If I'm not mistaken, he ran a really big Nicki Minaj fan page, Lil Nas X, because he was deep in the digital space as well, if I'm not mistaken. He understands.
He was very low. Yeah, like low to the ground.
Low to the ground marketing. Like, he definitely understood it. And my understanding is that he broke it himself because a Nicki Minaj fan page reposted it or something. Maybe I'm wrong.
I didn't hear that, but I heard that was something he had. But I think he kept that under wraps, so he admitted that he was
running the page.
Yeah. So
okay. So
what happened was, from what I remember, because I didn't know who he was, but I heard the song before I knew who he was. So Red Dead Redemption 2 dropped. You remember that's like a big game for Gen Zers.
No idea.
Yeah. So Red Dead Redemption, it's a
you guys all looking at me.
It's a cowboy game,
as you know.
It's like
my crew is Gen Zers.
It's like GTA. Red Dead Redemption is like
each one of them looked. I looked at each one. They're like, yes.
They all know.
Yes. Yeah. Look at
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Okay.
I love that game. So Red Dead Redemption is GTA, but cowboys.
Okay.
Yeah. So you just walk around stealing horses. Okay. You like pow and take the sack of gold and you like run and you like rob bank. It's like it's a western.
All right. Okay.
So anyway, so then because that was like at the time there was no Twitch, so these kids are uploading them doing funny stuff on Red Dead Redemption to the meme pages. So what? That's why it's Old Country Road. So what Lil Nas X did was he made a song inspired by the game, and then in the song.
Is that a fact?
Yes. I was watching it in real time, and that song was just getting posted on every meme.
Oh.
And I was like, this song is so funny. I played it for my wife, and we were like laughing and having fun. And I hadn't had a song make me. I've heard a lot of songs on meme pages.
Yeah.
I hadn't had a song make me feel like that ever. I've been working on meme pages for a year at that time. I was like, this is different. So I actually took it to Juba, and I said, hey, like you guys got to get eyes on this song. I'm here for marketing, so I'm talking to. He's like one of the. He did Juba did everything. But I was like, you guys got to check this song out. Juba took it from what Juba told me. He took it inside to the sales team, and at the time it had like 6 million plays on Spotify, purely off of just memes. And the sales guy's like, this will never work. This song is not a hit. This song is not it. And then like a couple days go by because we would go in once a week. I think a week goes by, and I think the plays actually did jump. And Juba comes to me sweating a little bit. I don't want to call him sweating, but he's like very more like anxious, asking me about it. He's like, "Are you sure this song is a hit?" I literally said to him, "I've never ever in my life seen a song move like this on the internet. This is before TikTok. This is the Old Country Road is the first TikTok viral song that we've seen, but it wasn't TikTok. It was through memes,
right?"
And so he's like, "Okay." Come to find out. A few weeks later, or maybe within a week of that conversation, they fly Lil Nas X out to New York, and they sign him.
No shit.
And they sign him. And you know what's even crazier?
Tell me.
They didn't let me work him. I was the market. I don't know. They didn't. I didn't have it. And looking back, I should have got a point.
Yeah,
I should have got a point.
But you don't even know what that means.
That was
right.
I knew what a point was, but I didn't know you could get them for like. That's a scout
for walking in.
Yeah, walking in and walking in early. This is early. 6 million plays is nothing. It has 200 billion plays. So I walked it in, and they signed him. And I thought the biggest slap in the face was that they signed him and then they just never let me touch it because there was an internal like I don't know if they knew I brought it in, but I think there was definitely people that did know I brought it in. But as soon as the marketing team got it, they never gave it to us to work. We're working Tyler the Creator. We're working every artist they have, but Lil Nas X.
And did you ask?
Yeah, I asked.
Yeah, and it just never came.
But I also was like, you know, we making money and we busy. I was like, let them have it. Like I was just like, okay. I could tell that they didn't want me to touch it.
Is that when more or less the relationship with Columbia kind of ended?
No.
Okay.
I still kicked for another year after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you decided to step away from that,
No, Columbia got rid of us eventually.
Oh, okay.
Not on some bad blood. It was bad blood for the people inside, but Ron didn't. It wasn't like Ron was mad at us. Honestly, we ran our course, and I will tell you the biggest mistake for the Columbia consultancy, for sure, was we were getting paid too much. That was the issue.
Yeah.
Because that just puts a target on your back.
Absolutely.
And so I actually took that knowledge with me and was like, okay, because you're talking to the CEO can throw money around.
Mm-hmm.
But then in reality, the marketing department has eyes on this.
Yeah.
And they're like and they don't understand that we have a team of 8 people. All they see is the number
that they're paying.
And they think it's all going to me.
Right. Because you're the point of contact.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so they're like, how these kids are getting paid more than them.
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking.
Okay. Let's talk about a few different things because I love this. This paints the whole picture of how you actually understand the digital marketing space. I love to talk about certain strategies that are happening today and what's working and what isn't. Okay. So from your perspective in today's day and age, like right now, end of 2025, going into 2026.
With irresistibly smooth melting chocolate in every window, you can melt into every holiday moment.
I didn't know Uber had senior discounts.
I'm a freshman.
He signed anyway. But again, I don't think it's because they wanted fame over money. That's all I'm saying. I think it's because people want to get on.
It is an opportunity cost.
Yeah.
Which everybody may get fucked in.
Yeah. So,
but that's not the same as what I'm saying.
And that's the point. I think it's more complicated than that. I think back in the day, the beginning of the time, early music business, there was only one pathway, and they didn't have the information.
I'm exaggerating when I say that beginning of time, but we.
Perfect mattress, and now get a queen mattress plus adjustable base for $399.99. Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
We create art for other people to listen, enjoy, and share. It brings senses of emotion into us.
My idea of happiness is to just do what you're passionate about.
Not caring what people think and being confident by yourself and do what you think is happy.
Be yourself, People might like you for who you are. You never know.
What is working?
So it's changed so much. I'll say what was working and what is working. What was working 2020, 2021 during COVID was mass posting across every single blog and every single influencer. This is TikTok is at its height at 2020, 2021.
When you say blog, you mean websites?
No, blog, like Instagram blogs, like music blogs.
Yes.
So music blogs and influencers.
Yeah.
You'd never seen so much money thrown at influencers than you have during 2020 and 2021.
Right.
Because we're locked down in COVID. So all of the money for that you would use to shoot music videos, to do tour stuff, to do anything.
Shit was money.
That shit was going straight to influencers.
Just going straight to Charlie D'Amelio.
Yes. That money, well,
tens of thousands a post.
They were basically the industry was looking at. They were going to management. I don't know how they did it. I'm gonna keep this honest. They would go to influencer management companies and they would work with them, and then everyone would post the songs, and that was breaking music for about a couple of years.
Yeah,
and so that is dead.
Yes,
that is absolutely dead.
So anybody that is spending money on influencer campaigns, worth it or not worth it? You're saying it's not worth it?
I wouldn't spend $1 on influencers unless they're cheap, and I wouldn't even think about spending money until my song was moving. And when I say moving, I'm talking about like hundreds of creates a day to thousands of creates a day. If you're not getting thousands of hundreds of creates a day, your song's not moving. If your song got 10 creates and everyone on the label's like, it's going crazy, it's not going crazy. It's not. I've heard indie labels, not major labels, but indie labels, but we did great. We got 100 creates. We spent thousands of dollars. We got 100 creates.
Yeah. Well, so okay. So just so people know what you're talking about. What are you talking about when you say creates?
Creates are when you go to the sound on TikTok and it shows you all the people using the song.
Yeah.
Like whether they're like in the mirror or they're dancing or they're just me.
They created TikTok video, yeah.
Using the song.
Yeah, so
you can create.
Yeah. So you go to and you see X amount of videos that say music generated content. You just see yeah, exactly. So what you're saying in this day and age is somebody has created, with in a 24-hour span, 100 video creates have happened for a song. That's not a big deal.
100? If it repeats again the next day.
Yeah.
If it repeats again the next day.
Yeah.
And it gets 150.
Yeah.
Now we're more mental. If it gets 100 because you ran a bunch of posts, and then it gets 10 the next day, and it gets 5. No, it's not.
Yes.
I'm not saying you stop promoting the song.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you don't pour money into it. To answer your question, what do you do nowadays?
Yeah.
The best, like, I have a page, people always come to my page, they think that my page is it's actually flipped. The algorithm has changed in the favor for the artists and the artists that are creative and fun and actually, it's become like, back in, I feel like when we were younger, it was, could you perform? Could you record great music? Could you write great songs? Now it's like, can you make good music? Of course, good music, and can you grab eyes? Can you make content that people can gravitate to? And there's a lot of different ways to do that. And it's like it's an intangible. Where some people will just sit on the screen and just play a song, and it's just mesmerizing. Some people will be funny. And if you don't have one of those traits, or your music is not special, then you need to figure out how to get attention on your page. Because if you can't get attention on your page, no other page will help you.
Well, how do you get attention?
How do you get attention on your page? You be you.
Okay.
That's the being you, and honestly, when you can tell when an artist is like, oh, I have to do things. Instead of just falling in love with the process.
Yeah.
And I tell artists, I'm like, if you don't post, if you're a nobody and you don't treat TikTok like a job, like treat it like a job. Yeah. I don't like you. I think I like doing accounting. I hate it. It's the worst, but I have to do it.
Yeah,
to get paid.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to do this to get streams.
Real shit. This business, there are going to be things that you love to do and things that you don't like.
And if you're an artist and you don't want to do that stuff, that's fine. Right.
Yeah, it's all right.
So, I mean, I don't know.
That's even harder. That's
a whole other thing. I feel for that. It's so stupid.
That's a fact.
We need writers back. Like, if anything, figure out how I can fix that. Like, we need writers back because I really miss the days of having writers and hit songs and everyone knows.
Yeah.
We get one of those every once in a while.
What's the last one that we pressed on?
Is that one of them?
That was what, last summer though?
That was last summer.
I don't think so.
What was one?
Unanimously this summer. I was having
unanimously this summer? I don't know.
Couldn't tell you.
No.
Does that mean
everyone has like a section, like R&B has folded the line.
Oh yeah, that's what
R&B has. That's
just now.
Yeah, that's the unanimous hit. Not unanimous, but I actually did a poll on my page. What's the best single for 2025?
I saw that.
I think it got 60-70% of the votes.
That's with Kalani. I saw that.
Yeah, Kalani dropped the best song.
You didn't put one on there, so. You didn't put one on there.
I did because I was doing release in 2025, and afterwards I was like, oh, this song is sometimes when you're thinking post, you're actually it's hard to take in everything. Like, let's just pick songs from 2025. But Mutt should have definitely been on that list, and Mutt probably would have been close. They probably would have won.
But then that's after the fact, right? Yeah.
If I did, I could do one. I could do just one versus one to see what happens. But I actually think Folded might win just because it's hot right now. It's hard to. It Mutt feels so old to me because I have been listening to Mutt the day that it dropped. And I was screaming at the top of my lungs, this is the song of the year. Last year. Yeah. So to me, Mutt is old. So like that's why I didn't put it because it's old. To me, I'm on time with R&B. A lot of people are catching up. And a lot of followers were like, where's Mutt? And I'm like, oh, I forgot that most people where's Mutt February when Chris Brown comes out or whatever.
So yeah. I feel the same way. You know, it's a kind of a record. So okay. So you're saying EU, but then where are the amplification stages? Because I agree with you, but at the same time I'm going to kind of disagree with you because I think that this, yes, you got to have something that's worth right? But I feel like that's kind of all you're facing with that the record's got to connect.
Yeah.
But you, my friend, you say you can't break records.
Me?
Yeah. Did you not to say that like through your page that you can't break records? But I feel like
not the way it used to be. I would say blogs have lost a little bit of power. Blogs have turned into storytelling platforms rather than music breaking platforms.
Well, we got to be clear again. When you're saying blogs, you're saying IG blogs,
like faceless pages.
Faceless pages.
Faceless pages that cover music. So when I say blogs, I'm talking about faceless pages that cover. I mean, sometimes they cover gossip, but gossip and music.
That's a real logo. We put some work together. In many ways, you helped build my podcast. We'll go there. Okay.
Yeah.
I won't say. I won't.
You only kind of get in how, like, whenever I see something, how do I tell the story?
Panama, you already know who I am. Yeah, you already know who I am. Gotta go around this curve ring. I'm focused to win. Panama, you already know who I am. Yeah, you already know who I am. Gotta go around this curve ring. I'm focused to win. Gotta go around this Nuremberg ring. I'm focused to win. Night Rider shit, new album coming out. Go get that shit right now. Vete a buscar, te voy a enseñar. Ellos quieren tirar, no saben improvisar. Quieren fritalear, quieren mezclar todo lengua, todo demás. Pero yo sé la verdad, mamá, que tú te quieres montar. En mi máquina yo la fui a saludar, ordenar par de cosas. En el restaurante estaba ella, donde ella trabaja. Yo pienso en ella, quiero amarla, le tengo que preguntar. ¿Cuál es la verdad? ¿Cuál es su edad? Si ella se quiere casar, pienso de verdad. Estoy hablando del futuro, mami. Dime si tú te quieres desconectar, me la voy a llevar. Vamos a viajar internacional. Yo te quiero llevar donde tú quieras. Si ella quiere que se queda, él se la lleva a Europa. Él la exhibía a ella como una copa. Él ganó el primer lugar con la cantidad que fue a filmar. La disquera querían hablar y yo no tenía más nada que negociar. El tiempo iba a pasar, que tú pensabas que el Panama, you already know who I am. Yeah, you already know who I am. Gotta go around this Nuremberg ring. I'm focused to win. Gotta go around this Nuremberg ring. I'm focused to win. Night Rider shit, new album coming out. Go get that shit right now. Vete a buscar, te voy a Panama. You already know who I am. Yeah, you already know who I am. Gotta go around this Nuremberg ring. I'm focused to win. Gotta go around this Nuremberg ring. I'm focused to win. Night Rider shit, new album coming out. Go get that shit right now. Vete a buscar, te voy a enseñar. Ellos quieren tirar, no saben improvisar. Quieren fritalear, quieren mezclar todo lengua, todo demás. Pero yo sé la verdad, mamá, que tú te quieres montar. En mi máquina yo la fui a saludar, ordenar par de cosas. En el restaurante estaba ella, donde ella trabaja. Yo pienso en ella, quiero amarla, le tengo que preguntar. ¿Cuál es la verdad? ¿Cuál es su edad? Si ella se quiere casar, pienso de verdad. Estoy hablando del futuro, mami. Dime si tú te quieres desconectar, me la voy a llevar. Vamos a viajar internacional. Yo te quiero llevar donde tú quieras. Si ella quiere que se queda, él se la lleva a Europa. Él la exhibía a ella como una copa. Él ganó el primer lugar con la cantidad que fue a filmar. La disquera querían hablar y yo no tenía más nada que negociar. El tiempo iba a pasar, que tú pensabas que el precio no iba a incrementar. No, yo quiero más. Tú sabes el valor del catálogo mío, esa es la verdad. Tú quieres negociar, vamos a hablar. Tú puedes comprar, alquilar la cantidad del catálogo que tú quieras. Y ahí se acabó. Eso no tiene que ver nada con mi compañía, con mi carrera, con la música mía, con la disquera que yo tenía, desde los tiempos que yo estaba fuera en una esquina, en una neblina. Tigre se incorpora y paga lo que se tenía. El tigre está incorporado, loco, el tigre está invirtiendo right now, vaina digital. Tú sabías que ese tigre se iba a buscar. Y ahora qué pasa, millonario soy yo. Tú quieres que yo filme, no estoy interesado. Yo tengo demasiado. ¿Qué es lo que ustedes a mí me están hablando? El catálogo. Panama. You already know why. Panama. You already know why. Yeah, you already know. Gotta go around this Nürburgring. I'm focused to win. Gotta go around this Nürburgring. I'm focused to win. Night Rider shit, new album coming out. Go get that shit right now. Vete a buscar, te voy a enseñar. Ellos quieren tirar, no saben improvisar. Quieren fritalear, quieren mezclar todo lengua, todo demás. Pero yo sé la verdad, mamá, que tú te quieres montar. En mi máquina yo la fui a saludar, ordenar par de cosas. En el restaurante estaba ella, donde ella trabaja. Yo pienso en ella, quiero amarla. Me tengo que preguntar, ¿cuál es la verdad? ¿Cuál es su edad? Si ella se quiere casar, pienso de verdad. Estoy hablando del futuro, mami. Dime si tú te quieres desconectar, me la voy a llevar. Vamos a viajar internacional. Yo te quiero llevar donde tú quieras. Si ella quiere que se queda, él se la lleva a Europa. Él la exhibía a ella como una copa. Él ganó el primer lugar con la cantidad que fue a filmar. La disquera querían hablar y yo no tenía más nada que negociar. El tiempo iba a pasar, que tú pensabas que el precio no iba a incrementar. No, yo quiero más. Tú sabes el valor del catálogo mío, esa es la verdad. Tú quieres negociar, vamos a hablar. Tú puedes comprar, alquilar la cantidad del catálogo que tú quieras. Y ahí se acabó. Eso no tiene que ver nada con mi compañía, con mi carrera, con la música mía, con la disquera que yo tenía. Desde los tiempos que yo estaba afuera en una esquina, en una neblina. Tigre se incorpora y paga lo que se tenía. El tigre está incorporado, loco, el tigre está invirtiendo right now, vaina digital. Yo sabía que ese tigre se iba a buscar. Y ahora, ¿qué pasa? Millonario soy yo. ¿Tú quieres que yo filme? No estoy interesado. Yo tengo demasiado. ¿Qué es lo que ustedes a mí me están hablando? El catálogo.
Está lloviendo, lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, lloviendo, vamos para la calle. Yo estaba afuera, afuera, yo estaba afuera, afuera, yo estaba afuera, afuera, yo estaba afuera, relámpago, relampaguea, relampaguea, relámpago, relampaguea. Yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, con quien tú estabas, yo estaba con ella, con quien tú estabas, yo estaba con ella, y el tabaco que se encienda, y el tabaco que se encienda, donde tú estabas, afuera, yo afuera andaba. Afuera, ella sabe, afuera, mi hierbita, afuera, ella se llamaba, afuera, mi hierbita, afuera, esa es mi hierbita, afuera, yo a ella, la besaba, ella está afuera, ella tenía una banquilla, ella tenía una bendita, mami, estoy aficiado de ti. Por favor, háblame a mí. Háblame, no sé qué te pasa conmigo. Háblame, ¿dónde está mi mami? ¿Dónde está mami? 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 ¿Dónde está mi mami? Alguien, por favor, explíqueme. Alguien, por favor, explíqueme. A ella le hice, a ella le hice. Yo le pregunto, ¿dónde está el mami? Yo le pregunto, ¿dónde está el mami? Mami, ¿qué yo te hice a ti? Mami, ¿qué yo te hice a ti? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? Y yo le pregunto, ¿qué te hice a ti? Y yo le pregunto, ¿qué te hice a ti? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? Yo te busco a ti, yo te busco siempre a ti. Yo no te pegué, lo que dijeron, yo no te pegué, lo que dijeron. Era a ti mi amor, que yo uso, era a ti mi amor, que yo uso. Toma Oye, mami, y se lleva conmigo, vete conmigo, y la ella, la tuya, como verás, bailando, tú sabes, chumanito, como te digo, no sé qué, no sé qué, no sé qué, quiere conmigo, quiere conmigo. Quiere estar conmigo, te quiero demasiado, pero soy un me dice manejando, porque ando con pero es cada noche, a mí no viene conmigo, a mí en la esquina no quiere darme, yo soy el camino, yo soy un bandido, sin canta, nada cuando el clima, a ella le encantaba, yo le encontraba, dice la gente cuando hablaba, yo le demostraba, que por ella todo yo se miraba, yo estudiaba, ella trabajaba, yo estudiaba, ella buscaba, ella esperaba, y si cuando ella me amaba, me invitaba, y yo lograba, no me importaba, casi me enteraba. Esa es mi hija, la única que ama. Ella sabía, trabajaba en la plaza, antes de la nevera. Ella la lleva, ella quiera, caminando al lado de ella. Ella entraba, ella se instalaba, agarraba una guagua, ella despegaba, y despegaba, ella misma que cruzaba, afuera ayudaba, aquí todo hallaba, y la alteraba, mojaba en mi bicicleta. Panama. You already know who I am. Yeah, you already know who I am. Gotta go around this neighborhood ring. I'm focused to win. Gotta go around this neighborhood ring. I'm focused to win. Night Rider shit, new album coming out. Go get that shit right now. Vete a buscar, yo te voy a enseñar. Ellos quieren tirar, no saben improvisar. Quieren frutalear, quieren mezclar todo lengua, todo demás. Pero yo sé la verdad, mamá, que tú te quieres montar. En mi máquina yo la fui a saludar, ordenar par de cosas. En el restaurante estaba ella, donde ella trabaja. Yo pienso en ella, quiero amarla. Le tengo que preguntar, ¿cuál es la verdad? ¿Cuál es su edad? Si ella se quiere casar, pienso de verdad. Estoy hablando del futuro, mami. Dime si tú te quieres desconectar, me la voy a llevar. Vamos a viajar internacional, yo te quiero llevar donde tú quieras. Si ella quiere que se queda, él se la lleva para Europa. Él la exhibía a ella como una copa. Él ganó el primer lugar con la cantidad que fue a filmar. La disquera querían hablar y yo no tenía más nada que negociar. El tiempo iba a pasar, que tú pensabas que el precio no iba a incrementar. No, yo quiero más. Tú sabes el valor del catálogo mío, esa es la verdad. Tú quieres negociar, vamos a hablar. Tú puedes comprar, alquilar la cantidad del catálogo que tú quieras. Y ahí se acabó. Eso no tiene que ver nada con mi compañía, con mi carrera, con la música mía, con la disquera que yo tenía. Desde los tiempos que yo estaba fuera en una esquina, en una neblina. Tigre se incorpora y paga lo que se tenía. El tigre está incorporado, loco, el tigre está invirtiendo right now, vaina digital. Y sabía que ese tigre se iba a buscar. Y ahora qué pasa, millonario soy yo. Tú quieres que yo filme, no estoy interesado. Yo tengo demasiado. ¿Qué es lo que ustedes a mí me están hablando? El catálogo. Mira, llegó aquí, llegó aquí, llegó aquí, llegó aquí. Llegó un tigre de la calle Carolina, llegó un tigre de la calle Carolina, y él dice que viene hablando, y él dice contigo y morena, contigo y morena, mi cafecita, está afuera, mi cafecita, está afuera, y la casa, quiere casa, y la casa, me rechazan, viva la pena blanca, ellos saben dónde está la suya, ellos saben dónde está la suya, saben lo que está, saben lo que está, dónde está, dónde está, ellos saben que ella es mía, ellos saben que ella es mía, ella salía al mar, ella salía al mar, hacia el mandado, hacia el mandado, hacia el mandado, hacia el mandado, ella salía al mar, ella salía al colmado, ella siga el mandado, ella siga el mandado, amando, tratando, donde está el mando, amando, tratando, donde está el mando, y el queso, salami, y el queso, salami, y el está, caminando, y el está, caminando, presentada, presentada, donde canta, con la capoeira, donde canta, con la capoeira, el azúcar, venera, el azúcar, venera, y mi chacabana, vaya a ver, y mi chacabana, vaya a ver, ella se baila, se mentira, ella se baila, se mentira, ella es sola, la pedera, ella es sola, la pedera, ¿dónde está la rica de capoeira? ¿Dónde está la rica de capoeira? Y yo pregunté, y yo pregunté, porque yo no sé, porque yo no sé, yo no sé, ¿dónde está el ayer? ¿Dónde está el ayer? Ella sale, ella sale, a hacer el trabajo, a hacer el trabajo, donde ella está, a la madre, donde ella está, a la madre, a los tigres de yo a los tigres de yo y con la vida, si con la vida, donde ella estaba, el azúcar, ella la minera, el azúcar, ella la minera, la cafetera, ella la abuela, la cafetera, ella la abuela, la cafecita. Está lloviendo, lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, vamos para la calle. Yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, relámpago, me la paguea, relámpago, me la paguea. Yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, con quien tú estabas, yo estaba con ella, con quien tú estabas, yo estaba con ella, y el tabaco que se encienda, y el tabaco que se encienda, donde tú estabas, yo afuera andaba. Afuera, ella sabe, afuera, mi Elvita, afuera, ella se llamaba, afuera, mi Elvita, afuera, esa es mi Elvita, afuera, yo a ella, la besaba, ella está afuera, ella tenía una banquilla, ventanilla, la recamita, ella tenía su jipetica, mami, yo estoy aficiado de rodillas. Por favor, háblame a mí. Yo no sé qué te pasa conmigo. ¿Dónde está mi mami? ¿Dónde está mami? 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 ¿Dónde está mi mami? Alguien por favor explíqueme, alguien por favor explíqueme. A ella le dice, a ella le dice. Yo le pregunto, ¿dónde está el mami? Yo le pregunto, ¿dónde está el mami? Mami, dime, que yo te hice a ti. Mami, dime, que yo te hice a ti. ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? Y yo le pregunto, ¿qué te hice a ti? Y yo le pregunto, ¿qué te hice a ti? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? Yo te busco a ti, yo te busco siempre a ti. Yo no te pegué lo que dijeron, yo no te pegué lo que dijeron. Era a ti mi amor que yo busco, era a ti mi amor que yo busco. Tomar sabe que yo estoy apreciado, demasiado chivado, estoy apreciado, demasiado chivado, estoy apreciado, demasiado chivado, estoy apreciado, esa mujer iba, ella se vaya, estoy apreciado, esa mujer iba, ella se vaya, en mi vida del año, capitaleña, estamos brillando en mi pesa del año, capitaleña, estamos brillando. El rapero que tú vas a ser emboceando, rapero que tú vas a ser emboceando, yo estoy aquí, gañando, yo estoy aquí, gañando, en el patio, la marquesina, en la finca, con la gallina, están bailando los pollitos, están bailando los pollitos, donde está el chivo, el caballito, donde está el chivo, el caballito, vamos para el río, vamos para la playa, vamos para el río, vamos para la playa, quiere janguear, donde hay papaya, quiere janguear, donde hay papaya, el aguacate se cayó, el aguacate se me cayó, un pan, hoy como yo, un pan, hoy como yo, pan de agua, mamá, pan de agua, mamá, pan de agua, y tabaco, ay, el trago, y tabaco, ay, el trago, donde tú estabas, yo te buscaba, donde tú estabas, yo te buscaba, ella sale con la papaya, ella sale con la papaya, con su vasolina, con su ribera, con su vasolina, con su ribera, ella no le importa, siempre está afuera, ella no le importa, siempre está afuera, ella vaya, la yuca, ella me vaya, la yuca, ella sabe de chucha, y ella sabe de chucha, fuera, borrachero, estaba fuera, borrachero, ese va a ser todo, y el lugar, ese va a ser todo, y el lugar, mi chatica, de Bacalde, mi chatica, de Bacalde, que tú vas a beber, que tú vas a beber, que tú vas a beber, que tú vas a beber. Oye mami, dime si te vas conmigo, vete conmigo, tú a ella, a tu novio, cuando era un bebido, tú sabes un chamaquito, con lo tenito, lo viejito, yo lo cepillo, andando en mi cepillo, quiere conmigo, mami, yo estoy en vivo. Dime si tú quieres estar conmigo. Te quiero demasiado, pero soy un campito. Me dicen que de mal, yo que ando con pero en cada bolsillo, mami no juegue conmigo. A mí en la esquina no quiere que yo soy el camino, que yo soy un bandido. Si cuento canta, nada cuando el clima a ella le encantaba, yo le demostraba, nada más dice la gente cuando hablaba, que yo le demostraba, que por ella todo yo lo sacrificaba, yo estudiaba, ella trabajaba, yo estudiaba, yo la buscaba, ella esperaba, de vez en cuando ella me llamaba, me invitaba y yo alababa. No me importaba, casi me enteraba. Esa es mi vida, la única que era. Ella sabía, trabajaba en la plaza antes de la sirena. Él la lleva, ahí ella quiera, caminando al lado de ella. Ella llamaba, ella se instalaba, agarraba una guagua, ella le pegaba, pero el tigre le pegaba, ella en el momento que regresaba, afuera yo estaba, metiendo guayaba, y yo la esperaba, montaba en mi bicicleta. Caminaba con ella maneja, camino detrás de ella, le canto a ella es boricua, mitad panameña, se crió en Cuba y viajaba a Puerto Rico, se enamora de mí, me la llevo pasando domingo, y bailo conmigo, mi amor, dame un hijo, y la cosa que te digo, cuando yo le improviso, esta música mi amor, la ti te la digo, casarte conmigo, si no consigo, ella sabe, que la amo a ella, se sabe, toda la gente se lo dice, y yo a ella, yo mismo le dije, mami, porque te fuiste, Oye, este es el mambo que tú quieres, cógelo para ti, mi amor, yo te lo voy a regalar de mi corazón. Oye, mi amor, ¿qué fue lo que te pasó? Todos los días yo te grabo más canciones. Yo quiero que tú tengas lo que está en mi corazón. Vamos a llegar, mi amor, no hay más nada. Te voy a enamorar cuando te vea. Te voy a decir la verdad. Tú eres mi Eva, yo te quiero de verdad. Tú eres mi diamante, yo soy tu sortija. Vámonos para allá, a la playa, a janguear. Tú y yo, mi amor, yo te quiero demostrar que yo a ti te voy a amar por una eternidad. Tú eres mi Eva, mi hembra, mi princesa, tú eres mi reina. Esa es mi Eva y yo la quiero. Vamos a la guerra, mato a cualquiera por esa hembra, esa es mi corazón, mi vida entera, eterna, mi amor te lo voy a enseñar, con mi lírica, yo te voy a improvisar, mi amor corre para acá, si tú quieres bailar, yo sé la verdad, que tú quieres janguear, vamos a manejar, drive esta máquina descapotable. Tú y yo, tú la puedes manejar. Yo me di un trago y yo quiero fumar. Esa es mi guerra. ¿Quién quiere guerra? Mato a quien sea. Porque mi hembra es mi princesa. Ella es mi reina. Y yo la quiero que tú entiendas. No te metas con esa Eva, otra que dejó de con ella. Ella me quiere y yo la quiero de verdad. Todos los días yo le voy a enseñar. Tú tienes mi alma, el tigre la llama alta, buscarla. La escuela donde ella trabajaba, el tigre estaba, él ordenaba, café con papa, él jangueaba, él trataba de acabar con su familia entera. Ellos no querían que yo me casara con ella, pero esa es mi princesa, mi Eva, ella se menea, el tigre de siempre, el que le espera, todo de afuera, en esta máquina esperando a mi Eva, esa es mi reina, ella es mi princesa, la que yo quiero, no te metas con ella, esa es mi alma, mi vida entera. Tú sabes de ella, ella es mi Eva, y yo la quiero por la vida entera. Mira la Caribe, se pelea, le encanta mi música, ella se aprende con mi letra. Esa es mi Eva, mi princesa, esa es mi reina, no jodas con ella. Este tigre de guerra mata a cualquiera, por esa Eva la amo mi vida entera. Y esta vida, exactamente. Una bella dominicana que ya puertorriqueña mezclada con una cubana, una princesa que sabía que era una reina. Yo me enamoré de ella porque yo no sabía señalar hasta que aprenda que no juegue con mi pregunta. Mi corazón no es una posesión que ella empeña. No juegues con playa y arena, que tú sabes que tú eres mi morena. Yo la agarro con la cadera, ella se me lea. Y yo la amo a ella, y por ella me juego, vamos a la guerra. Ten mucho cuidado lo que se habla de mi Eva. Campesina, exactamente lo que yo quería. Ella es mi vida y yo la quiero que me dé una hija. Yo decía, porque yo la quería. A mí se me importa la mierda que hable mi familia. A mí se me importa la crítica de la comunidad. Quieren envidia por mi vida. Una campesina princesa de mi vida. Una reina exactamente lo que yo quería. Que se joda mi familia y que se joda la vecina. No me hablen mal de la princesa mía, porque esa Eva es mía, esa mujer es mía. vida donde ella esté, hay que respetarla. Tenga mucho cuidado con usted, vaya a tratarla. Esa mujer es mía, una campesina, lo que yo quería en mi vida. Yo le decía en la iglesia cuando rezaba por hacerla mía, más a mí no me importa lo que digan. Después que tú sepas que tú eras siempre mi vida, a mí yo te quería, porque tú eras mi vida, era mi vida. Ya tú sabes que yo voy a caminar la tierra entera hasta que pueda volver a verla. A mí donde tú estás, a mí donde te voy a buscar. Me tengo que encontrar. A mí donde tú estás, donde voy a buscar. Me tengo que encontrar. Donde quiera que ella se pueda salir para la calle buscando a mi reina. ¿Dónde está ella? Yo no sabía que ella se iba para Santiago con su familia. Yo la veía cuando se iba, pero no sabía lo que ella hacía. Escribía una cartilla, se la daba la vecina, me decía cuando veía la lágrima que salía de mi carita, llorando por el alma mía. Yo no pensaba que podía pasar una cosa así en mi vida, pero esa fue la verdad, que ella se iba. Yo te voy a buscar, yo te voy a encontrar, a donde tú te puedas colocar. Mami, ¿dónde tú estás? Te voy a buscar, te voy a encontrar, donde tú puedas colocar mi alma, donde tú estás. Yo te voy a buscar, tú sabes no me voy a encontrar. Yo te voy a buscar por allá donde tú puedas colocar mi alma, mami, donde tú estás. Yo te voy a buscar, te tengo que encontrar en cualquier lugar que tú puedas colocar mi alma. Mami, ya tú sabes que yo cojo pa' allá, después que yo sepa dónde tú vas, alma. Coge la guagua, yo te voy a esperar allá cerca de Cañaveral. Te voy a regalar chocolate y caña, pa' que tú sepas cuánto él te ama. Tú no entiendes, la vaina se daña, pero tú sabes que en realidad él te ama. Por favor, llévate lo que yo tengo en mi corazón. Por favor, llévate lo que yo tengo en mi corazón. Róbame el alma, 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 róbame el alma. Róbame el alma, 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 róbame el alma quedó en mi corazón. Hoy el amor llevarte todo lo que quedó en mi corazón. Yo sufro todos los días y me arrepiento lo que pasó entre tú y yo. Pero me frustró en mi alma, en mi corazón. Yo pienso solo en tu amor. Llévame el alma, róbame 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 el alma. Yo espero que mi palabra te encamine donde tú vayas, mi amor. Todos los días yo sueño estar contigo en ese río, el camino, tú y yo. Pero acepto que Diosito no quiere que tú seas mi amorcito, mi amor, cada palabra que yo a ti te digo es porque te quiero de verdad. Tú eres mía por una eternidad, por ti mi amor lo voy a rezar. Me tengo que ir sin mirar para atrás. Yo sé que tú vas a despegar el alma. Róbame el alma, róbame el alma, róbame el alma. Róbame el alma, róbame el alma, róbame el alma. Róbame el alma, róbame el alma, róbame el alma. Róbame el alma, róbame el alma. Vete. Mic check 1 2 baby. Venom. Ya tú sabes, you know who I are. Gracias Dios mío, que tú siempre estás conmigo. Gracias Dios mío, que tú siempre estás conmigo. Esta bendición que Dios a mí me dio, yo te la voy a devolver en una canción. Te deseo y lo mejor, que tu camino haya próspero, prosperamiento, para adelante del show. Cuando él estaba chiquito era un malachón, yo estaba afuera joseando a mi chol. Yo tenía esa vaina, que fue lo que él compró. Que tú estás buscando, yo no estoy afuera joseando. Todos los días a mí me estaban llamando, cuidado, que la policía me está buscando. Pero cuando estaban llegando, todo se estaba acabando. Yo estoy despegando, jangueando con mi jevita, ya yo estoy fumando. Todo este dinero yo lo estoy contando. Como la vida está cambiando, yo estoy disfrutando, al paso grabando, me estoy entreteniendo, ocupando con algo que es un poquito más positivo. Ya yo no tengo que josear el día enterito, de domingo a domingo. Dios está conmigo, a tu disco, quema tu vaina, sácaselo a los chamaquitos. Yo era un niño, en la calle creído. Yo no sabía la vida de los martillos. Mira cómo Dios a mí me habló, me guió. Me aconsejaron a mí cuando yo era un niño, un chamaquito. Deja la calle, deja ese martillo. La 45, Deja de estar disparando los tiros, solamente peleando por los kilos. Tú sabes que eso es solamente un kilo. Tu vida tiene que cambiar, tu flow es como Kylo Ren, la espada se prendió. Cuida con cuál que está en el medio, él lo macheteó. Como su vida cambió cuando él se sentó y pensó en todos los acontecimientos que a él le dieron cruelmente. Él pensó, su vida cambió y él empezó a la iglesia, llegó con su mujer, esa jevita, él se lo reveló, ella lo enfocó y lo enseñó a él a cambiar su vida y él no joció, solamente con su música él grabó y tú sabes, un día el tigre le llegó a vender par de millones de sus canciones y en la calle todos los malones muertos se fueron. Panama One, baby. Espero que tú puedas entender, mi amor, como tú destruiste todo mi corazón. Solamente yo te doy mi perdón en una canción. Espero que tú te recuerdes todo ese momento, como que se pasaba el tiempo y todo se movía lento y yo rolando muy violento. La competencia talento, no puedes conmigo, yo sí tengo talento, tocando mi música, viajando el mundo entero, dejándole saber lo que yo quiero, mi mujer y mi dinero. Tú sabes que yo soy el mero mero, tú sabes que yo siempre hago lo que quiero, no me da vergüenza nada, tú sabes porque esto es lo real. Mi vida tiene que reflexionar, un momento que ya me iba a traicionar. Yo solamente quería que ella me dijera la verdad. Ella no pudo ni hablar, no me pudo jamás ver la cara. A los ojos no la puedo observar, porque yo sé que eso no es verdad. Porque ella me decía, cuando ella decía que me quería, ella no quería que yo recuperara mi vida o mi libertad. Todos los días ella hablaba mal de mí con mis hijas y la envidia que ella tenía adentro de la silla mía, que era el odio que ella tenía. Eso ella se lo regalaba a la niña mía y mis hijas crecían pensando que yo no la quería, pero mis hijas no sabían. Su mamá me tenía envidia, no quería que yo hiciera mi vida, y yo rezaba por ella en la iglesia con la biblecita. Ella no pensaba en mi vida, lo que yo sufría, solamente porque yo la quería todos los días. Yo pensaba en mis hijas, pero yo no la tenía. Yo no podía pasar ni por donde subía a ver a la hija mía, porque ella buscó una orden de protección, de restricción, que si yo venía ella puede llamar al 911. Y después yo tengo que buscar dinero para un abogado, verá en la corte. Es mejor que la perdone. A mí me aconsejaron. Ya yo lo sé. Que tú no me quieres. Ya yo lo sé. Que tú no me quieres. Que tú eres mi amor. Ya yo lo sé. Ya yo lo sé. Que a mí tú no me quieres. Perdóname si te estoy hablando como que ya yo soy presidente. Tú sabes que yo estoy corriendo y la competencia está de demasiado urgente. Presente, ¿dónde está mi gente? Yo presenté lo que él siente adentro de su mente. Soy un demente, líricamente yo te enseñé. Vamos a hablar la verdad, me da vergüenza la vaina, la mierda que yo veía, papá, en la televisión. En realidad, nada esa vaina es de verdad. Yo te voy a enseñar. Solamente yo te vengo acá, porque escuchar, porque analizar, mamá, yo sé la verdad. Tú dices que tú me quieres, pero a mí no me quería de verdad. Eso era mentira, era envidia que ella tenía de mi vida. Y le dolía que yo iba a llegar. Ella me hacía llorar, sé la verdad. Ella me hacía llorar y yo goceaba y paraba. Todos los días yo me buscaba, ¿qué pasaba? Mi vida cambiaba. A ella no le importaba lo que me pasaba. Cuando afuera yo estaba, como mataba por esa Eva que me ignoraba. Y yo me daba. Buena noticia. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The white sun flag for you, baby. The white ranger. Dedication. Dedicación, ella tú sabes. Porque yo tengo una dedicación. Ella tú sabes. Tú sabes. Porque yo sufro por ti. Yo sufro. Ya tú sabes. Porque yo sufro por ti. Ya tú sabes, que yo sufro por ti. Ella sabe lo que yo estoy sufriendo, todos los días lo que yo estoy haciendo. Estoy en el estudio con mi asiento, grabando todos los días, yo me entiendo. Tú sabes que yo tengo que expresar lo que tengo adentro, trabajo en mi alma, solamente para que tú sepas que yo te quiero a ti. Te dije que te iba a dedicar con mi poesía cada vez que yo vaya a armonizar, cuando te vaya a cantar. Tú quieres que yo vaya a tocar para allá, para la semana larga, en Samaná, vámonos ven para atrás, van a abrir la santa, yo voy a tocar, mami, yo te voy a enseñar quién es el mejor de verdad, pero tú sabes, contigo yo tengo que coronar. Tú sabes la verdad, tú sabes cómo yo me siento en mi alma, la forma que yo te voy a improvisar es para que tú sepas lo que yo tengo adentro para ti. Que yo sufro por ti, mami, ya tú sabes, ya tú lo sabes, lo que yo sufro por ti. Porque yo sufro por ti, yo sufrí, mami, ya tú sabes. Porque yo sufro por ti, porque yo sufro por ti, mami, ya tú sabes. Porque yo sufro por ti, porque yo sufro por ti. Mama, I don't wanna lose you, ain't trying to confuse you. I just want you to know that I bought that cool. I just wanna do me, I know that you're doing what you gotta do. I just wanna make moves, I just want it to be cool between me and you. Do you understand that love is just a fool? Mama wanted to use me like a tool, and then let me go. I know what you're gonna do, you just gonna break my heart. Then you gon' brag to your friends about all of my bars. You gon' show them all of my scars and my tattoo representing my squad. Yo me enamoré de ti hace mucho tiempo, pero te estaba respetando, tú sabes. Como Mark Anthony dice, todo a su tiempo. Todo a su tiempo. Todo a su tiempo. Todo a su tiempo. A su tiempo. El tiempo de Dios es perfecto. Tú sabes, mi amor, cuánto yo te quiero. Por eso todos los días después de la escuela yo te espero. Y yo tranquilo, tú sabes, sin tener dinero. Pero con mi mujer tengo al mundo entero. Ella sabe que yo la amo de verdad. Jamás, nunca la voy a poder reemplazar. Que ninguna otra jeva venga a cambiar lo que yo siento por ella. Porque cuando yo no tenía nada, era mi jefa que me venía a apoyar. El amor que él iba a necesitar, solamente su jefa se lo iba a dar. Ella tenía que demostrar que ella me quería de verdad. Muchos exámenes la puse a pasar y toda la prueba ella capta. La vaina que yo le decía de mi vida, cuánto yo sufría. A veces se salía la lágrima mía, todavía está más fría pensando en mi vida. Esa es la vaina de la historia mía. Yo no sabía lo que la vida me tenía. Dios era mi guía, cada paso que yo daba, a mi lado estaba la jeva mía. Yo encontré el mundo entero, mi jeva, mi hijo, mi familia. Yo sabía que me tenían envidia y que la industria enterita no me quería dar ni una entrevista. No querían saber la verdad de mi vida, de mi talento, y me decían que algún día me iban a escribir ese cheque para yo mantener a mi familia. Yo era joven, 17 años tenía, yo le creía, yo no sabía lo que era sabiduría, yo no sabía lo que era una iglesia y una Biblia. Yo sabía de la esquina lo que se necesitaba para yo comprar par de ladrillas para buscarme metiéndole mucha milla. Tú sabes, esa M5, si el problema dispara a las 55, dentro de esas 45, cuidado que esa vaina te brinca, te hinca. Cógelo suave, panita, y no entiende la cosa de mi vida, que yo vivía, lo que yo tenía dentro del alma mía. Llora, alma mía. Para su sufrimiento él te destila. Y todos los días mundialmente escuchan la música mía. Se nos escucha así. A lo que critican. La llevo a una villa, y la que conozca la familia mía, dominicana, puertorriqueña, latina, ella, la llevo a ella, donde sea que ella quiera, ordenando la noche entera, bebiendo agua afuera, de lo que vuelvan vivos, la verdad, conmigo, es la verdad, ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad, ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad. Ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad, es la verdad. Ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad, es la verdad. Ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad, es la verdad. Ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad, es la verdad. Ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad, es la verdad. Ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad, es la verdad. Si la quiera me quiere fumar, ustedes tienen que mandar, efectivo, tú sabes esa vaina como cargo con mi música. Por el día lo debo sacar legalidad para la calle papá. Vamos a hackear, vamos a fumar, vamos a beber, vamos a hacer hasta la noche que suba a ver sol. Vamos a bailar, mira esa jeva, mira esa tanda, cuando empieza me la voy a llevar de la piscina para la playa. Mami, yo te voy a quemar, yo voy a bailar contigo, es la verdad, es la verdad, es la verdad. Ustedes no pueden conmigo, es la verdad, esa es la verdad. Mami, coge para allá. Yo te voy a tocar. Yo te voy a bailar. Mami, si tú quieres mirar. Mami, yo te voy a enseñar. Así que la nueva moda. Tú sabes, la mueva. La mueca. La mueca. Mi mueca. La mueca. La mueca. La mueca. Mi mecua, tú me sabes que siempre te voy a gustar, sabes que es sabrosa, se pone esa jeva, mami coge pa' acá, mami poco mueca, no te puedo enseñar, no te vaina, mira esa mueca es mía, mira esa mueca es mía, mira esa mueca es mía, mira esa mueca es tuya, mueca mía, mueca mía. Tu mueca, mueca mía, la mueca mía, la mueca mía, la mueca mía, la mueca de mi vida, mueca mía, la mueca de mi vida. La mecua, tu mecua, la mecua mía. Venom. Quiero montar en una especial, ando boca me lava, el dedo se da para atrás, te brilla, te vaya, como los partidos de seguridad, en una huida, de verdad, de hora, no baila, no da la que ve, no saque, porque no más, porque puede tocar, y tira aquí, no te pasa, tú sabes que voy a tocar, tú me encanta, nunca bailar, tú sabes que yo te quiero venir, esa vaina, tú sabes que yo te esa vaina, vamos para afuera, parece que yo vengo del chino afuera, parece que yo vengo del chino, parece que yo vengo del chino, parece que yo vengo del chino, no nada, tú me sabes que yo brava, tú sabes que esa vida, que a mí me paraba, yo la llamaba, ella me ganaba, me cantaba, ella me coqueteaba, yo le decía que yo la amaba, ella me pegaba, yo la pegaba, ella me emocionaba, yo me cantaba, yo improvisaba, yo me rapeaba, ella le gustaba, ella me confiaba, yo manejaba en esa máquina, vamos a quitarle la capota va a quitar En esta maquinita mía, yo siempre con mi jevita, a veces fumando mi hierbita. ¿Dónde está la mamá Juanita? Rubiecita morenita, parece tiene que ser mía, rubiecita morenita, parece que yo vengo de China. Ella es la gata, leona, ella es la gata, ella es la gata, leona, ella es la gata, leona, ella es la gata, leona, ella es la gata. Si el gangsta, ella lo sabe, ella quiere janguearle. Todos los días vamos a llamarla, ella coge para allá. Tú verás lo que tú vas a ver, como yo allá me la lleve. Ella quiere janguear conmigo desde el otro viernes. Ya yo llegué, a mi maquete, con mi jevita, ya vamos a echarle. Ella bailé, ella enseñé, con allí cuando yo la corté. Me coge para acá, que tú quieres. Tú quieres bailar, mami, tú quieres beber. Tú quieres fumar, yo fumé desde ayer. Tú quieres fumar, voy con él. Tú tienes que ser fiel, porque si no me pongo como Fidel. Ella sabe que yo quiero ver él. Tú sabes la sangre de él, caliente, pa' mi gente. Tú sabes que yo soy el nuevo presidente, caliente, pa' mi gente. Sabes que yo soy el nuevo presidente. Yo estoy jangueando con ella, dándome trago. Yo estoy jangueando con ella. Ella me agarró, yo la jalo por la cadera. Me le estoy pegando, yo la jalo por la cadera. Y me le estoy pegando, ella me está perreando, ella me está quemando. Esta tipa me está enamorando, ella me está pegando, ella me está perreando. Esta tipa me está enamorando, ella se está pegando, ella me está perreando. Esta tipa me está enamorando, ella me está pegando, ella se está perreando. Ella me está enamorando, yo le estoy tirando los códigos, ella lo está recordando. Ella es la forma que yo a ella solo le estaba improvisando. Ella le estaba gustando las canciones que yo le canto, como yo estoy armonizando. Es que la vaina la estoy cambiando, estoy brillando. Y los tigres que están odiando, se están guiando, pero yo no estoy parando. Todos los días yo le saco mi nuevo mambo. El juego entero lo cambio. ¿Qué está pasando? El juego entero yo lo cambio. ¿Qué está pasando? Estamos desconectados, activados. 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 Tú sabes que yo soy el barrio mi amor. Tú sabes que yo soy. Voy a coger para allá, para Capotillo, con el tubito. Vamos a fumar tranquilo, tú y yo, mi amor, un tabaquito. Búscame el potecito, para que yo te termino. Mami, yo a ti trajeo, porque yo te quiero de verdad. Mi amor, yo te quiero bailar, por favor, mi amor, hazme mueca. Mi amor, yo te quiero bailar, por favor, hazme mueca. Mi amor, yo te quiero bailar, por favor, mami, hazme mueca. Oye, mi amor, yo te quiero bailar, oye, mi amor, hazme mueca. Ella se menea como una botella. No sabe que estamos jugando, pero yo estoy jangueando con ella. Mami, prende la hierba, mira cómo ella se menea. Estamos afuera, 42, en calle, la noche entera, casi la semana entera. Mami, estamos contigo, estamos fuera la noche entera, la semana entera. Mi mujer que sabe de arte entera, tú sabes que yo le gagueo a ella. Mira cómo esa se menea, me hace mueca. Y yo la abrazo. Cada vez que estamos bailando, Yo vine aquí a buscar cuarto y no sé qué cuarto. Better more one. Dembow, Luchelito, vamos a buscar vamos a buscar que no me falta, que lo que tú quieres. Yo venía a buscar con una mujer, sabes lo que yo quiero. Vámonos, más presidente, la comunidad de la república, quiere meternos a mí. Como lo sabe, vámonos para allá, no lo sabe, vamos a pegar, vamos a enseñar. Que no pueden conmigo, vamos a pegar, vamos a enseñar. Que no pueden conmigo, vamos a enseñar, vamos a pegar. Que no pueden conmigo, vamos a enseñar, vamos a pegar. Que no pueden conmigo, yo quiero buscar algo chulito. Vamos a buscar algo chulito. Ajá, chulito. Vamos a buscar algo chulito. Ajá, chulito. Vamos a buscar algo chulito. Vamos a buscar algo chulito. Vamos a buscar algo chulito. Yo estoy buscando dinero, tú sabes lo que yo quiero. Aquí estamos tranquilos, tocando la noche entera. Aquí estamos afuera, buscando a todos los cueros. Mami, ¿qué te pasa? Yo ya me entero, yo la saco, la estoy bailando, enamorando, la estoy pegando, la estoy perreando, la estoy bailando, la estoy emocionando, la estoy cantando, vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito. Todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito, todo lo chiquito, todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito, vamos a llegar todo lo chiquito, vamos a llegar todo lo chiquito, vamos a llegar todo. Vamos a buscar todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscarlo, todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscarlo, todo lo chiquito, 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 vamos a buscarlo, todo lo chiquito, todo lo chiquito, vamos a buscarlo, tienes que ponerte en búsqueda, porque ahí en la búsqueda, cómo está la cosa, imagínate, cómo está la cosa, imagínate. ¿Cómo está la cosa? Imagínate cuál es la cosa. Imagínate cómo está la cosa. Imagínate. Kind of more. Hey, mira, llegó aquí. ella sabe, ella es mía, ella sabe, ella es mía, ella salía, a tu hermano, ella salía, a tu hermano, hace el mandado, hace el mandado, hace el mandado, hace el mandado, ella salía, a tu hermano, ella salía, a tu hermano, ella subía, el mandado, ella seguía, el Está lloviendo, lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, vamos para la calle, está lloviendo, vamos para la calle. Yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, relámpago, relámpago. Yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera, yo estaba afuera. ¿Con quién tú estabas? Yo estaba con ella. ¿Con quién tú estabas? Yo estaba con ella. Y el tabaco no se encienda, y el tabaco no se encienda. ¿Dónde tú estabas? Yo afuera andaba. Afuera, ella sabe, mi Elvita, ella se llamaba. Afuera, mi Elvita, esa es mi Elvita. Afuera, yo a ella la besaba y dime, mira, ella está afuera, ella tenía una vaquilla, ventanilla, la camita, ella tenía su jipetica. Mami, yo estoy asfixiado de odio. Por favor, háblame a mí. Yo no sé qué te pasa conmigo. ¿Dónde está mi mami? ¿Dónde está mami? 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 ¿Dónde está mi mami? Alguien, por favor, explíqueme. Alguien, por favor, explíqueme. A ella le dice, a ella le dice. Yo le pregunto, ¿dónde está el mami? Yo le pregunto, ¿dónde está el mami? mami dime, que yo te hice a ti, mami dime, que yo te hice a ti, ¿dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? Y yo le pregunto qué te hice a ti, y yo le pregunto qué te hice a ti, ¿dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? ¿Dónde está el mami? ¿Dónde está mami? Yo te busco a ti, yo te busco siempre a ti. Yo no te pegué lo que dijeron, yo no te pegué lo que dijeron, era a ti mi amor, que yo busco, era a ti mi amor, que yo uso. Tomar guay, 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 yo le digo a ella, ella ya mamá, ella sabe que yo voy a viciar, se descifrar, voy a viciar, se descifrar, voy a viciar, se descifrar, voy a viciar, esa mujer, yo le digo a ella que se vaya, voy a viciar, esa mujer, yo le digo a ella que se vaya, en mi vida.
Yo, V, I'm in the middle of an engineering class and alive. Yo, God is with us and God has a plan. You have to think positive. That's it. You just gotta pray and give everything to God. That's the answer. That's it. There's no there's no more better game that I could give you than that. Just give everything to God. That's it. That's all I'm gonna tell you. And I'm gonna go back to my engineering class and my students and my rehearsal because do you know that yesterday I rehearsed for 14 hours? That's how much I love my family, yo. Do you understand what that means? I have to fucking work as hard as I can till we get this deal. Because once we get this deal, V, that's it, yo. The dream came true. We're close, V. You cannot fucking lose faith now. Now you're gonna fucking lose faith. What the fuck, man? Nah, yo, chill. We got this. We negotiate. We got the fucking best lawyers in the world. What the fuck are you worried about, yo? What are you stressing about? You fucking stressing the whole company out. Yo, you need to stop. You need to chill. Chill. Life is amazing. God is great, yo. God got our fucking back, dog. What the fuck, man? You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all I'm gonna tell you. That's all I'm gonna tell you, yo. V, stop, yo, stop. Go fucking open your holy scriptures, man. That's all I'm gonna tell you. All right. You already know this is going to the whole family. Love everybody. Chill. V, think about the future, yo. Technology. Look how everything is coming together. We just hired what 2 execs today. That's good, V. We're doing good. It just takes time. It's okay, V. It's gonna be all right, yo. You just have to chill and stop spending money, dog. What the fuck, man? Chill, yo. You wildin', yo. You wildin', yo. I'ma holla at you. We have a meeting, which you already know because it's in the content. But we should have a few corporate meetings by next week. So just chill. Just chill out. And you know I'm still on tour. I gotta go. I got mad fucking performances, dude. I can't. What the fuck? You want me to do fucking 500 fucking concerts? What the fuck, man? Chill, yo. Chill. I want to spend time with my family, yo. That's it. I hit you back, yo. Patience, yo. Patience, 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 patience. Rami, I agree, and I got you. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix featuring John. This is exactly the truth. Who you wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. Relying last me, dreams achieved. One more day we gon' believe. We gon' really see. I got 30 more for the streets, just for the day, baby. You and me. Cambiando el carro maduro. Mano, yo soy puro. Únicamente demasiado profundo y ella no sabe mi estilo, la bendición que me dio Dios. El momento me lo esperó, ahora es capitalizó. March of the weeks, te cuenta llegando yo. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. This is exactly the truth. Who you wanted it to be. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. This is exactly the truth. Who you wanted it to be. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. This is exactly the truth. Who you wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. Relying last me, dreams achieved. One more. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. This is exactly the truth. Who you wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. This is exactly the truth. Who you wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. This is exactly the truth. Who you wanted it to be. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. This is exactly the truth. Who you wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. Relying last me. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring Jenna. Ready now, run, baby. Yeah, girl, now. This is exactly the truth. Do you want it to be? You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring John. This is exactly what you really wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. Relying last week, dreams achieved. One more day we gon' believe. We gon' really see. I got 30 more for the streets, just for the day, baby. You and me. En tu muro, cambiando en el carro maduro. Mami, yo soy el puro, únicamente demasiado profundo. Y ellos no saben mi estilo, la bendición que me dio Dios. El momento me lo esperó, ahora es capitalizó. Marzo Luis, te cuenta, llegamos yo, al paso, el momento, junto, los latinos, bailan conmigo, internacionalmente, yo le canto en vivo, mira, mami, nos fuimos, despegando de Santo Domingo, y por los ricos, donde los cubanos caminan conmigo, y los jamaiquinos, y los haitiancitos. Y todos los del Caribe latino son de los míos. Centroamérica, Latinoamérica, para Europa. Vamos a buscarnos toda la feria. Que comience la cafetería de la delicacia. Que yo a ella le dedicaba cuando yo la enamoraba. Es porque ella me gustaba, yo le hablaba, le dedicaba. Ella mi su estilo me dedicaba. Yo la bañaba con champaña. Hay que celebrarla, mami, voy para la playa, quiero bailar, voy a bailarla, música voy a tocarla, tú sabes, ella va a escucharla, yo la voy a llevar en la traila, que me enseñe la paella en la baila, ella sabía que yo era un driver, cuando yo me estaba buscando en el 85, en el 95, un chamaquito, manejando un Lamborghini 95. Por eso me tienen envidia, los perdono a toditos. No saben lo que conmigo han hecho, pero se ha visto todo. ¿Quién tiene el mejor flow? Una bendición, aquí vengo yo. De nuevo el momento comenzó, no pueden conmigo, el tigre regresó al paso, el tigre que llegó, el improvisó, el que cantó, el que dedicó lo que él sintió, lo que yo siento lo siente él. Tú me entiendes, tú eres mi mujer, me la llevé, ella me juró a mí de ayer, me va a ser fiel, yo la quiero a ella, por eso siempre la apoyé, la vida mía se la dediqué, mi poesía se la regalé, cada día yo le enseñé, el amor que tenía se lo demostré, y yo hasta el fin del mundo, solamente mi amor, yo te quiero demasiado, vámonos. Tú sabes que tú estás en mi corazón. ¿Quién es? The number one. This is the remix, baby. It's begun. You know that dreams come true, baby. Because you just believed. Then more than me. And another one. Mic check 1 2 1 2. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring John. This is exactly what you really wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. Relying last week, dreams achieved. One more day we gon' believe. We gon' really see. I got 30 more for the streets, just for the day, baby. You and me. En tu muro, cambiando en el carro maduro. Yo soy el puro, únicamente demasiado profundo. Y ellos no saben mi estilo, la bendición que me dio Dios. El momento me lo esperó, ahora es capitalizó. Marzo Ruiz, te cuenta, llegamos yo, al paso, el momento, junto, los latinos, caminan conmigo, internacionalmente, yo le canto en vivo, gira, mami, nos fuimos, despegando de Santo Domingo, y Puerto Rico, porque los cubanos caminan conmigo, y los jamaquinos, y los haitiancitos. Y todo lo del Caribe latino sube los míos, Centroamérica, Latinoamérica, para Europa, vamos a buscarnos toda la feria, que comience la cafetería de la delicacia, que yo a ella le dedicaba cuando yo la enamoraba, es porque ella me buscaba, yo le hablaba, le educaba, ella mi suertino me dedicaba, yo la bañaba con champaña. Va a celebrarla, mami, voy para la playa, quiero bailar, voy a bailarla, música voy a tocarla, tú sabes, ella va a escucharla, me la voy a llevar en la traila, que me enseñe la paella en la paila, ella sabía que yo era un driver, cuando yo me estaba buscando en el 85, en el 95, un chamaquito, manejando un Lamborghini 95. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring John. Running loud one, baby. Yeah, go loud. You already know who this is. Yeah, this is the remix. Featuring John. Running loud one, baby. Yeah, go loud. This is exactly what you really wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. Milani, last week, dreams achieved. One more day, we gon' believe. We gon' really see. I got 30 more for the streets, just for the day, baby. You and me. Cambiando el carro maduro, mami, yo soy puro, líricamente demasiado profundo. Ellos no saben mi estilo, la bendición que me dio Dios. El momento me lo esperó, ahora es capitalizó. Marzo Ruiz, te cuenta, llegamos yo, al paso, el momento, junto, los latinos, caminan conmigo, internacionalmente, yo le canto en vivo, gira, mami, nos fuimos, despegando de Santo Domingo, y Puerto Rico, porque los cubanos caminan conmigo, y los jamaquinos, y los haitiancitos. Y todo lo del Caribe latino son de los míos, Centroamérica, Latinoamérica, para Europa, vamos a buscarnos toda la feria, que comience la cafetería de la delicacia, que yo a ella le dedicaba cuando yo la enamoraba, es porque ella me buscaba, yo la hablaba. You already know who this is, yeah, this is the remix. Featuring John, running loud one, baby. Yeah, go loud. This is exactly what you really wanted it to be. Your dreams come true. Milani, last week, dreams achieved. One more day we gon' believe. We gon' really see. I got 30 more for the streets, just for the day, baby. You and me, cambiando el carro maduro, mami, yo soy puro, líricamente demasiado profundo. Ella no sabe mi estilo, la bendición que me dio Dios. El momento él lo esperó, ahora es capitalizó. Marzo Ruiz, te cuenta, llegamos yo, al paso, el momento, junto, los latinos, caminan conmigo, internacionalmente, yo le canto en vivo, gira, mami, nos fuimos, despegando de Santo Domingo, y Puerto Rico, porque los cubanos caminan conmigo, y los jamaquinos, y los haitiancitos.
Y todo lo del Caribe latino sube los muros, Centroamérica, Latinoamérica, para Europa, vamos a buscarnos toda la feria, que comience la cafetería de la delicacia. Que yo a ella le dedicaba cuando yo la enamoraba, es porque ella me buscaba, yo le hablaba, le dedicaba, ella me su estilo y me dedicaba, yo la bañaba, con champaña. Va a celebrarla, mami, vamos para la playa, quiere bailar, voy a bailarla, música voy a tocarla, tú sabes, ella va a escucharla, la voy a llevar en la traila, que me enseñe la paella en la baila, ella sabía que yo era un driver, cuando yo me estaba buscando en el 85, en el 95, un chamaquito, manejando una Lamborghini 95. Por eso me tienen envidia, no perdono a todito, no saben lo que conmigo han hecho, pero se ha visto todo. ¿Quién tiene el mejor flow? Yo me bendició, aquí vengo yo. De nuevo el momento comenzó, lo ponen conmigo, el tigre regresó al paso, el tigre llegó, él improvisó, el que cantó, él te dedicó lo que él sintió, lo que yo siento lo senté él. Tú me entiendes, tú eres mi mujer, me la llevé, ella me mudó a mí y a él, que me va a ser fiel, yo la quiero a ella, por eso siempre la apoyé, la vida mía se la dediqué, mi poesía se la regalé, cada día yo le enseñé, el amor que tenía se lo demostré, y yo hasta el fin del mundo, solamente mi amor, yo te quiero demasiado, vámonos. Tú sabes que tú estás en mi corazón. ¿Quién es? Running on one. This is the remix, baby. It's begun. You know that dreams come true, baby. Because you just believed. Running on with me. And another one. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Hey, yo, Mauricio, this is going to be in your inbox as soon as it drops. I'm not sending it to nobody else. I am the biggest of all time. Amazing catalog every time that I rhyme. The game's still mine. From New York City to California.
Would you walk in my shoes? You couldn't carry the pain. You couldn't walk in my shoes.
Dreams come true. Rely me, that's how I got you. Few more hours I gotta go through just to see you, connect with you. I'ma love you, eternal for an eternity, just like my vocals will be forever. Attacks hit to the leaves, through these streams, these NFTs, watch what it's gonna be. The same young MC from Apartment B on 225th Street, believe in his dream, pursue his dream, chase his dream, really give a fuck about what the industry has to say about me. Ask them who I used to be, how I used to roll in the zone with the street with the talent God given to me. I said, yo, man.
Would you walk in my shoes? You couldn't carry the pain. You couldn't walk in my shoes.
What you didn't see, yo. I hit it with my flow like the true CEO of my own company. Leave it alone. Too many bars, too many flows, too many verses, too many albums, too many songs. In my catalog, we're talking about Black Rock, Black Stone. Y'all niggas was trying to sign deals.
Come on, my niggas, vamos a buscar. Yo le voy a demostrar que yo tengo talento de verdad. Yo a mí me va a ayudar, me va a encaminar. Cada paso del camino él me lo va a iluminar. Dale para adelante, no mire para atrás. Cambia de destino, demuéstrale la verdad. Que tú eres el mejor de esta vaina. Y por ese flow, esa habilidad. Tienes que pagar, no hay que negociar. Justo soldado with me, abogada de libertad.
Would you walk in my shoes? You couldn't carry the pain. You couldn't walk in my shoes.
Walk in my shoes, understand this particular point of view. Everything I had to go through to this process just to be here with you. Just rhyming for you, telling you the truth about my life, everything I had to go through. Now it's beautiful, $24 million Lamborghinis for me. With just one of my bars. Venom all ruined, baby. November 18, 2025, 11/16. Vive una bendición de amor, te voy a dedicar una nueva canción. En un día tú vas a cumplir mi amor un año. Y yo sufro pensando en ti, corazón.
I got money problems, begging for a dollar, working overtime, but it's never enough. Cause I'm overspending, my man is late again. All these money problems are tearing me up.
I don't have any money problems anymore, cause I got a whole bunch of fucking Bitcoin. Mama, what you really wanna do? We can escape the storm. I just say let's go, wherever you wanna go, or if I gotta choose, I'ma know if I hop on. Maybe that means Japan. She wanna see Shanghai again, October. Mami, coge pa' acá, si es verdad que tú quieres bailar, es verdad que tú quieres nuevamente. Digo, que voy a gaguear. Shorty knows that I talk to her like that. I just let her relax. Caress her skin, caress her back, massage her, head to toe.
I got money problems, I'm begging for a dollar, working overtime, but it's never enough. I'm overspending, and it's late again. All these money problems are tearing me up.
Money will never be a problem for me and you. Man, I know I just want to show you what it really look like. Do you want to see the view of Malibu like I always told you? Before I used to pray for you. I'm so surprised that I got to you. You listen to me and I listen to you too. Do you see my videos on YouTube? Ella quiere janguear, ella quiere fumar, ella quiere beber, se quiere menear, ella quiere bailar, no quiere coquetear, pero su papá no la va a dejar. Esa jeva está oficial, enamorada yo a ella la voy a llamar, me la voy a llevar para allá. Tú sabes, a Barahona, vamos a janguear.
Money problems, begging for a dollar.